Good morning, everyone. I'm very happy to be with you on this meeting, rather an interactive session with entrepreneurs, farmers, stakeholders, and our brethren in this field on talking on the opportunities in production and processing of foods of animal origin. It's a necessity of the time because it is expected that by 2025, our food sector is going to be having a value of $546 billion, and it is growing at a rate of 11%. And the opportunities on the employment is supposed to be on 9 million. It is coming up to 9 million, becoming one of the major opportunity employment supplies in India. And food processing sector alone. When things are coming up to food processing sector and you are having this much of, and the value of this 546 billion US dollars and 9 million opportunities, don't think it is exclusively on processing alone. Those figures are on processing. Actually, it is far big. Why food processing industry has that much a big role and value in the day-to-day life of India? Because it is something we eat, something on which we nourish ourselves and on which we have our normal life. Because the major instinct on human life is food, water, shelter. Then only comes education, health, recreation, all other facilities. So basic amenity is food and water and air. So on food, 90% of the Keralites and more than 50% of the around above 60% of the Indians are on depend their protein sources on their life and on their diet from food of animal origin. That maybe need not be milk, mainly milk. See, we have seen the press reports of our Olympic gold medal winner. What was his major food? It was milk. When we talked of Srijesh, how he got his hockey stick, it was heard. It was bought by selling his milk cow at his home. So animal origin means it's animals and produce of animals need not be. It can be milk, meat, and other animal produce. So when we come to processing sector, we think it's an industry of meat processing industry, milk processing industry, or egg processing industry. Is it merely an industry? It's actually a forward linkage of our farmers who are the base of our nation. Only when we have sufficient produce by the farmers, it may be vegetables, it may be meat, it may be milk, it may be egg, whatever it is, it comes as produce from the food processing industry. So for farmers, for getting a better value, better price, and for the sustainability of the agriculture in the country, what we need is the processing sector. So only because with the survival of the processing sector to the full extent, we have a farming community where we get all our produce like meat, milk, egg, and then comes the consumers. Every one of our who are living, either it may be human or it may be animal or even vehicles from biodiesels from animal waste are the beneficiaries of food processing industry. So food processing industry is not merely an industry, it's an oxygen to the life of human. From the farmers to the consumers, the intermediary are the people that are working in the food processing industry. So, food processing industry or the food processing sector not only give produce for meeting the consumer's demand or make revenue, or it is the linkage from the farm to the mart. From the farm to the mart, where farmers are supported on line and consumers supported on other line. And in the center comes the industry or the processing sector and the government, and the revenue and the taxes will support the, and the foreign money will support the system also. So it is an integral support and the key base of maintenance of our farming sector. Apart from that, it is the base of the food supply chain. There are two schools of thinking. One, we go for produce, which are required for value addition, and we are going for the processing, specific processing techniques, which gives maximum value addition. Third, we go for processing systems as per the rules, as per the health standards, and give the best produce that human can consume. Of which now it was a pyramid that there was a produce and we are processing on the produce. But now it has become a reverse pyramid that we are producing those things which are required for the industry and which are targeted for the customer. What the customer want, what produce the customer want, that is to be produced and that is to be processed. So it is a win-win situation that the processing industry, what the processing industry is required, is to be produced by the farmers so that the farmers get the maximum benefits and the industry get the specific raw material and the consumer get the exact thing what he requires. So there are very different schemes from the Department of Animal Husbandry, Government of India, Department of Industry has various schemes. I am not getting into the details of the government schemes. And there are schemes under NABARD where there are venture capital funds which from the back-end subsidies on, and with low interest rates. And there are also schemes under the Startup Mission by the Government of Kerala and the Government of India and the MSME Ministry. Dairy farming. From the food industry, you want, when you start up with your own units, the base has to start up with the dairy cow units, from where will you get your milk and the meat. It can be small units like 2 cow units. So when an investor comes, so when somebody wants to do the food processing industry on meat, food of animal origin, he should start from, or he should link with dairy farming or goat farming or poultry, like 2 cow units, 20 cow units. They are sustainable home units like 2 cow units, mini dairy schemes like 20 cow units, and commercial units cow. These are the government guidelines under which these are graded. 300 and above comes the commercial divisions. Now, there are specific demands for the organic produce from the animals like organic milk. And organic milk and native milk are entirely different. We have a feel that organic milk and native milk are different. Organic milk is produced. Mainly, we have a requirement for antibiotic-free milks and hormone-free milk. And that's why people prefer organic milk production, where the animals are fed antibiotic-free and hormone-free and chemical-free feed and fodder, so that organic milk comes out. It has a very specific demand. And now we have milk produce and dairy produce based on organic milk. Third is, I will mention this with A2 milk also. A2 milk, our normal milk that is coming from our exotic cattle is A1 milk. And A2 milk is supposed to be of very specific qualities, like it prevents lactose intolerance and it's more suitable to young ones and elder ones, and it prevents people from different diseases, it is told. So A2 milk is mainly produced from pure indigenous animals like Gir, Sahiwal or Kerala cat like Vechur or Kasagoda. Also Western animals like Guernsey also provide A2 milk. And now the A2 milk is also produced, and there is a big opportunity in marketing of when milk is produced and sold, processed and sold at a rate of 50 rupees, A2 milk is sold at a rate of, because the production cost of A1 milk and A2 milk doesn't vary. Only thing is the animal vary. Instead of rearing a Jersey cow or a HF cow, you can wear a pure cow or a Cambridge cow or a Kasrodorf cow or any Indian cow. Only thing is the breed varies. But when it is marketed as A2 milk, the companies that market A2 milk procure and market A2 milk even sell it at a rate of 200 rupees. When in government sector, it is priced 25% above than that of the normal milk produce. So it's a big opportunity where you can go for A2 milk production and A2 milk processing. Now only A2 fluid milk is there. Now a time will come, we will go, there will be ice creams, chocolates coming from A2 milk. Then there are production units like Panchagavya. When time immerses, there is big need for production of Panchagavya production, and it is very cheap, very simple to produce Panchagavya from every dairy farm, and every farmer can go for small Panchagavya production units, and Department of Environment, veterinary doctors or scientists from the regional units of Kerala Agricultural University can support farmers on production of Panchagavya. And Panchagavya has very big demand nowadays, and it is very cheap on production of this Panchagavya. And you will be having additional income on production of Panchagavya. Then comes urine. Urine is also collected separately, and there are big demands for the medicinal producing companies who collect cow urine because they want to produce medicines out of it. There are agencies that regularly come and collect cow urine for production of medicines. And then come processing units. What are the dairy processing units? Then when you come up on the dairy processing units, you need an FSSA registration for production to starting a dairy processing unit. For a production unit of 500 liters and above per day, you need FSSA, Food Standards Authority registration is needed. When you start a farm, you start a processing unit of capacity above 500 liters. And FSSA registration is needed when you are starting production units above basic registration will be there for the 500 liters and above to a turnover of 12 lakhs. Then up to 20 crores, you need a state registration, and above 20 crores, you have to go for a Government of India registration. And registration FSSA registration is very simple, and you can do it online. And what are the units that can be done? Processing units, it can be liquid milk as fresh milk in replaceable bottles. Very simple. At every farm you own, you can go for glass bottles. You can go for, if it is less than 500 liters, you need to go for registration. You can do local vending if it is not branded. If you are branding it, whatever may be the quantity, you have to go for FSA registration. And liquid milk, you can use as farm fresh milk in replaceable bottles. It is done by farmers at a rate little above the normal rates of Milma. You will get a very good rate, and through WhatsApp groups or farmer supporting units or by even online, farmers are selling their farm fresh milk to the nearby area at a high price. The only thing what you need will be glass bottles, which you where you need a sterilizer. You regularly sterilize it, keep the glass bottle, fill it. Only thing is you go for a standard practice of clean milk production. Clean milk, CMP standard. If you follow clean milk production standards, you get excellent quality of milk, and you can fill the bottle, and it will be replaced on the second day. What farmers do is they will be giving 2 bottles to the vendors, and once they sell it, the next day the bottle comes up, and the next day they will be using a sterilized bottle. The next sterilized bottle for the same farm, same consumer, and it is getting replaced. So the waste of plastic is not coming up by serializing 1, 2, or maximum 3 bottles per consumer. They are replacing. It is regularly running in the village sector, and in suburbs it is a running practice that farmers get very good profit, and there are small vendors or small startup units who collect milk and sell it through replaceable glass bottles. Then traceable milk. Traceable milk is something which is also connected to the first process of liquid milk supply, where you attach stickers. The information of the cow on which milk is collected is there on the table, on the bottle, and you know from which cow you are getting the milk. You can order milk from online. There will be a group, or there will be a small vending system, and you can online or by phone or by WhatsApp, you can specifically order the milk of a specific cow which is fed on a specific diet. So you know from which cow the milk is coming and what is fed to the cow, and whether the cow is having any disease or whether it is antibiotic injected to it. So you know what milk from which cow you are getting, and now in many towns and many suburbs, traceable milk supplying units and startups are functioning, and which are getting good profit, so that the farmers are getting a good margin, and the consumers are getting the specific high value milk from the specific cow which they like. Traceable milk. The similar thing is there on the traceable meat also. Then desi cow A2 milk, which I discussed. Then ice cream units. I have seen a very emerging market on the ice cream, because the ice cream, now ice creams are coming in very different packets, very different volumes, and different aroma and very different taste. And more than 50% of the ice cream that is consumed in Kerala is not produced in the Kerala. It is coming from other states. And when we go to shop for purchase of Amul ice cream, you feel that Amul ice creams are out of stock. That Amul ice creams are sold at low price, and similarly, there is a big demand. And in the same line, private manufacturers also coming up with similar taste of ice creams with different tastes. And there is empty opportunity in ice cream sector in the state, that you yourself can collect farmers, make farmers group, procure milk, and go for specific brand of ice creams of the taste. It can be of jackfruit taste, it can be of papaya taste, it can be of mango taste, and any sort of tasty ice creams can be produced. And now the packing sector has emerged so well that different packing techniques can be used, and you can go from 10 ml packs to 550 grams packs, 100 gram packs, plastic packages, dabbas, any packages that can be from single use to multiple use. So ice cream unit has a very big opportunity, and consumption of ice cream is going on a very high rate. Day by day, the rate of consumption of ice cream is going up from all economy sectors and all age sectors and all educational sectors. That the number of ice cream parlors, number of ice cream, irrespective of the COVID pandemic, the ice cream consumption has not gone very bad, and it is even Desi ice creams, local made ice creams fetching markets. There are startups that are coming with ice cream units, and the technique on the production of ice cream unit is very well available from different research units, Kerala Veterinary University or Data Science College, or MILMA, or Ministry of Affairs, MSME, or Center for Work Resources. Many units are there to give you train, and Kerala Dairy Department gives you sufficient opportunity on the training to produce ice cream units, and there are Government of India schemes on production of ice cream. Coming to Government of India schemes, when we are going for processing sector, there is PMKY project. PMKY, even this year, around 6,000 crores are available in PMKY, Prime Minister's. It's a Prime Minister's project, named scheme, and Ministry of Food Processing, and around 6,000 crore is there, which will support production units like milk processing units, egg processing units, and cheddar fruits and vegetable unit. There are three components. One, support is given to fruits and vegetables. Second, support is provided to milk and milk products like cheddar cheese, paneer, and all. Third, there is support to egg and meat. So all three sectors there is support provided from PMKY. Then there is a production linked incentive scheme, which will be very useful to the investors, new investors, and new startups and new ventures. This production linked incentive scheme can also be in the all the above three segments. You will be getting benefits on the production linked incentives, so that when you produce something based on your production, when you are producing well, you always get the even up to 50% incentive is provided. This is one of the best schemes, as once you are producing and there's a production increases, you get the benefits more. So production linked incentive scheme is there. Then there are schemes on branding, and there is another scheme on one product on district, where there is a specific milk or meat product that is attached to a district, it is promoted. So very different scheme. Then MSME schemes are there. So there is no shortage in government support on opportunities on the food processing. Then paneer and milk drink units. Why you go for paneer and milk drinks? Because in Kerala now, we are almost reached our requirement for milk. When our shops, tea shops, Kerala, the specialty is the milk is used as a tea whitener. We mainly use milk for making tea. So when tea shops are closed, what will happen? Automatically, there will be a surplus of milk. So when we close our tea shops, there was surplus of milk on a fine morning, and we couldn't process the milk, and we had to take the milk to Tamil Nadu for drying and making milk powder. So the easiest way was, even at home, you can convert your milk to paneer. The paneer production is a very simple process where you convert milk solids are converted into paneer by a very simple technique, where you get the training from the dairy development department. You can process, and paneer is having very good demand in our hotels and even our households, and even in nearby units, nearby procuring households, you can sell paneer. And when you produce paneer, the whey will be there. That can be converted into milk drinks. In China, when Coca-Cola was banned in China, the next day, all the shops were having milk drinks and fruit drinks to overrule the factory drinks. So in India also, you can go for milk drinks and fruit drinks than going for Coca-Cola, Pepsi, or whatever produce you have. Because 80% of the milk is water, and you are having best vitamins, minerals, and protein and fat in milk. When milk is converted to the most favorable drinks, it will be two things will happen. One, you have a raw material where you can make them. Then you have a market where there is requirement for soft drinks. And third, there is a requirement for soft drinks based on milk and fruits, so that your health is protected than going for the chemical drinks. Then ghee and butter unit. Ghee and butter is one of our household products, even from the time immemorial, and the technology for the ghee and butter is known even to the all to our households. And when you can go for a commercial production of ghee and butter unit, the only thing you need is more quantum of milk. So ladies, can go for a collective units where they can procure milk and convert the milk into ghee and butter, and they can sell it on a common brand. They can produce, and even societies can be made that the quality of the ghee and butter is ensured and it is sold on a specific brand. Now, there are MSME schemes for promotion of brands, and support will be provided from the schemes on promotion of brands. And there is good requirement and ever-time requirement of ghee and butter in all over India. And even you can export ghee and butter. There is every chance, and there's a slot on export of ghee and butter. And it's expected that the export requirement for meat products and milk products are increasing in the coming 5 to 10 years. The curd and curd unit. Curd, it is a village product and curd is there, and even commercial milk producers are producing curd. And now people are going for set curd because the volume that is for transportation is reduced by production of set curd, and the taste is also improved, and the demand for set curd is also improving. And the technology for the set curd production is also not a composite one, and very easily if you have a milk society or a group of farmers, you can go for production units where you can go for single product or multiple products like set curd, ghee, butter, paneer, and an upgraded product like ice cream, kova, paneer, and milk drinks. Then condensed milk in Tetra packs. This is a commercial unit. The condensed milk in Tetra packs is specialty is that there is no need of refrigeration. If you are having a Tetra pack unit, and if you are going for a pasteurization unit, you can go for condensation of milk so that the volume of milk comes down, and it can be packed in Tetra packs and sold across. Even you can export without any refrigeration facilities. It can be included even in the kits that is provided to the students or kids or to the home. Advantage is there is no need of any specific freezing requirement for marketing and keeping, and instead of going for drying of milk and making milk powder, you can go for units which produce condensed milk, and the condensed milk is very simple that the condensed milk can be used for making tea to any, or you can drink it directly. You can make milk, even for household sweet making, you can use condensed milk. There is a big opportunity on production of condensed milk and packing it. And if you are having a small tetra packing unit, that tetra packing unit can be leased to on different days. It can be used to different units because it can be used for packing of same unit can be used for packing of fruit juices. This same unit can be used for packing of milk producers also, and milk drinks also. Fresh milk, condensed milk, fruit juices, everything can be packed using the same Tetra Pak unit. It can be shared by different farmers groups or different entrepreneurs or different startups. So that a common facility of Tetra Pak, if somebody is making a common Tetra Pak making facility, it can be started. That its facility can be shared to other production units for their producers like milk or fruit juices or milk producers. Then goat rearing, there too 25 goat units and 100 goat units where you get around subsidies for 25,000 for 25 goat units and up to 50% subsidy and from Government of India and 40% subsidy from Government of Kerala, so that even up to 90% subsidy is provided to goat units. And why you go for goat rearing? You get the best Shivon, the best meat is from goat is from Indian meat, because the fat level of Indian goat meat is less and it is having a higher, better taste, and the Malabari mutton is having an international requirement. Only thing is that there is shortage of mutton. There is big shortage of mutton. When you go for mutton processing units or meat processing units, you can go There are from small units, it need license if you are having a unit of 2 large animal or 10 small animal or 50 poultry or above, it needs FSA license. Below that, there is no licenses needed, but if it is of 2 large animals, 10 small animals, or 50 poultry or above, it needs FSA license, and you can easily go for it. It's a 15-digit number, and that processing you can go online and go for the licensing procedures, and you should get a FSA license, and for which the local panchayat license and local municipal license is also needed for license on small slaughterhouses. When you start small slaughterhouses, you get 2 large slaughterhouses, you get subsidy from the Ministry of Food Processing Industry, even up to 50% subsidy you get from the clean meat production of goat and buffalo and even poultry slaughtering units. And for a starter, you can go for small poultry or goat or meat. You can go for a better, you go for a small goat slaughtering units or small poultry slaughtering units. It can be started, and if you make a specific layouts, get the municipality or panchayat approval, and you can go for a very clean processing unit of even up to 50 to 100 square feet. You can have a clean unit where you can slaughter the animal, and the waste can be collected and disposed, and slaughtering has to be done on species standards. And from the same unit, you can go direct fresh meat. So in the same division of following practices, standard practices, and HSCC practices, following HSCC practices, you can erect slaughter cum sale units of poultry or goat. When in municipality or in corporations or in panchayat, you can standard units are now arose. There are some companies that are having standard units in cities where you can go and see how your animal is getting slaughtered, so that the cleanliness and standard practice on slaughtering you can watch, and the meat that is coming out is inspected, and it is safe meat, and it is then and there it is marketed. It is not frozen. Then and there it is marketed as fresh meat. Such unit can easily be started at low cost with sufficient certification. There is provision. I have seen in different parts of Kochi, some units are coming up. I'm not mentioning the company on startup is coming with. I have seen one of their units near Ramatura, and it is an excellent unit where you can see how scientific slaughtering techniques of poultry is practiced, and how scientific cleaning and keeping and sales of the poultry meat is there. It can be adapted by new entrepreneurs. When you sell meat, you can go for value addition on meat. Even on fresh meat, there is a value addition. That now the consumers are not going for whole meat. They are going for specific cuts, as in Europe. That loin cut or chest cut or neck cut. Specific cuts they are asking. And for the specific cuts, cost is also high. So irrespective of selling it as a lump sum or some meat, you can have specific cuts and pack in specific cuts and sell it at a higher price. In poultry also, apart from buying all poultry, now consumer asking you, they want chest piece, they want breast piece, they want leg pieces, they need neck pieces. So you can go for specific cuts, and it will reduce your waste percentage and improve the income. When the viscera is clean and processed and sold as separate. Even the poultry waste is harvested for you making specific high level manure and even biodiesel. There is a big opportunity on starting small slaughter units open clean slaughter units in the cities where you can link with farmers who give you valuable, very good animals, and you can slaughter. Scientifically trained slaughtering people are available now, and there are very different courses on slaughtering and meat processing is run by different, even Center for Bioresources and Veterinary University are conducting training programs and certificate courses for people who are on butchering practices. And there are agencies like Meat Products of India and Kerala Poultry Development Corporation, which also give training. So these trained people will be, you can train people and you can employ trained people, or you yourself can get trained and start a small unit on slaughtering, supply of fresh meat. So that the farmers get a better market and the consumers get a better product. Then poultry units can be broiler units from 1,000 to 3,000 as per the new pollution control measures. Units up to 1,000 birds, there is no specific license required, but above 1,000 birds, you need panchayat certificates. So it will be an economically viable unit if you, for a family, if you start for 1,000 to 3,000 birds. And there are specific assistances by Government of Kerala also for poultry rearing, and the schemes by Kerala State Poultry Development Corporation. And there is a scheme of Kerala Chicken also for production of broiler units. Then organic chicken is something which is coming up new, and there is a very specific requirement. Then people are worried on their children consuming chicken, and the chicken is rich in hormones. People are having a fear and they don't want their children to be fed on poultry or poultry meat with high level of hormones or chemicals or additives. There's a trend towards organic chicken, and there are farms where the poultry is not fed with antibiotic or chemicals or hormone, and only pure and organic chicken is produced, and it is having a very big demand, and even the taste of the chicken that is coming from the organic farm are found to be very juicy, and there is a very big demand that you can go for production of organic chicken, and then at the same time you can go for an outlet where you slaughter this organic chicken and sell it as organic meat. It is very simple that in nearby poultry farmers you can link, and if there is an entrepreneur coming, he himself can start an organic production 1,000 to 3,000 birds, and if there are multiple entrepreneurs, they can go for 5 to 10 farms or 10 to 20 farms. They can club it, and they can link that to 2 or 3 slaughter and sell outlet units in a suburban area or even within the city, so that there will be for both forward and backward linkage for production of organic chicken, and even in the normal broilers also it is practical that you go for both forward and backward, because we have a tendency for fresh chicken than for frozen chicken. Then backward poultry unit for eggs. It's a small unit where you can rear birds at your rooftop or even in flats by small cages. You can get 5 eggs to 10 eggs if you rear around 10 birds. And if you are going, if it is a residence association, you can club the farmers, club the members, you can collect the excess egg that is from your home, and you can go for executive eggs. That's specifically modified eggs by changing the feed that is provided to the eggs. The eggs can come as low cholesterol eggs. There are techniques that is provided, that is feeding schedules where you make low cholesterol eggs. So executive eggs can be produced. And backyard poultry is at low cost, you produce eggs. And there are cages in terrace also. It's an easy way that residence association can do. Cages are placed in the terrace. So you get sufficient eggs for your home, and the excess eggs you can pool and sell. Then organic matter, processed organic matter. Now earlier the dung was something where it was a waste which you want to dispose. It was foul smelling, which you don't like. Now that time has changed. the dung, the value of the dung is more than the value of milk. So, dung processing units can be very well installed, and the technology is available with state agricultural universities, Krishi Vigyan Kendras, and husband departments, and dung, there is a microbial flora that can be added, neem can be added, and it can be, there is a composition, and we can, Krishi Vigyan Kendras, I think, they are supplying, they are providing the technique for, and the Center for Fisheries Technology also, I think they are providing the technique for processing of dung, so that you can convert the dung into high value organic manure, which is packed in single kg, 2 kg, 5 kg or 10 kg packets, which is sold at very high price in attractive prices and in attractive packages. And this organic dung, processed organic manure, is having no foul smell. It is having long keeping quality and there is no foul smell, and some cases it is also added good odor. So you can use it for your vegetable cultivation or your gardening. Especially people are having high value gardening are going for, or even small gardens, indoor garden, or a small garden in front of your house. People are going for high value organic manure, which is very costly now, so that organic manure production units can be started at your home or in the villages where cows are reared. When you can club your organic manure processing unit with farmers having cows, and the dung can be collected, and using the technology, you can convert it into highly valuable converted organic manure which you can sell. Now the emerging trend is Deshi cow dung organic manure, and in an organic manure market there is a very specific demand for manure that is produced from Deshi cows. There is technically also the microflora that is in the digestive of the Deshi cow is different from the cows, the exotic cows, and the Deshi cow dung is of special value, and it is having a special demand and special market, and it is highly on requirement in the agriculture production, vegetable production, food production, and the organic manure production. So if you are having Deshi cows, you can exclusively go for an organic manure production unit. Then there is poultry manure. Earlier we were having very big issues, the poultry producers having very big issues with their neighbors on accumulation of the poultry and the odor that is from the poultry. But now there are very simple processing techniques, and even there are Ayurvedic preparations which can be given to the poultry, so that the production, the disease incidence of the poultry is reduced, and the droplets of the poultry is devoid of the smell, and the poultry houses are devoid of bad odor, and this manure is easily collected, processed, and the processing of the poultry manure and the processing of cow manure is entirely different because of the uric acid, high uric acid presence in the poultry manure. But the technology is different. Technology is available, and the entrepreneurs can avail the technology and go for manure processing units. Then coming to the meat processing, small slaughter units for poultry, which I have discussed, egg collection and transportation. Because as we are doing milk collection, milk cooperative societies, similarly we can go for societies or farmers, producer companies, where the egg producing farmers are collected together, and the egg is collected and is marketed and sold. And we can go for specific meat and egg shops. There are opportunities for well-functioning, well-cleaned, branded shops on milk and egg shops from this ugly-looking, not unhygienic, present meat and egg shops. Customers are in need of clean, hygienic, standard meat shops where meat Even meat masala, egg and egg masala are groceries are together sold, even recipes are sold, even ready to eat produce are sold and ready to cook or ready to eat. There are two varieties on fresh meat, then ready to eat meat producers, then ready to eat meat, and ready to cook meat. There are multiple varieties. Then scientific slaughterhouses, which small slaughterhouses to mega slaughterhouses can be erected. There are very good schemes by Government of India and MSME Ministry for support of scientific slaughterhouses. Processing units for specific cuts like lamb, sirloin, prime rib, leg, ham, bacon, pork belly, T-bone. So there are specific cuts which can be produced from your slaughterhouse and it can be sold. Then the traceable meat, cutlet and sausage units are coming up and there is a good demand for cutlets and sausages. Then dry meat units are also coming up and the requirement of dry meat and export of dry meat is also now on the upcoming line. And meat and egg pickle units are also coming up and the requirement of and the percentage share on pickles on meat and egg is on the ascending line. And ready to cook products and ready to eat products are also coming up. Because in the fast life, when you demand quality producers on fish and meat, and when you have no time, people are depending ready to eat and ready to cook products. And there is a big opportunity on small startups or small units where when you go for small startups, you can go for a single startup or you can go for a collection of startups with multiple people so that you can brand all your products and brand on a single brand. Instead of branding your small unit going for a small brand, it will be better. You can go for a collective and go for a common brand and a specific umbrella. Or you can go for a mega parks. Food parks are there in the startup missions. There are food parks, there are professional food parks where you can different food production units under the same roof and different products can be marketed under the same brand. And there is MSME Ministry also and PMKV also there is a provision for brand updation and brand improvement and brand creation and human resources support. Then the latest what we are seeing, because on buffalo slaughtering there is no ban, and one of the most profitable production unit is buffalo, and salvaging and milk of buffaloes and rearing for economic purpose can be done by individuals, small SHGs, NGOs and eligible units, and you can go for 10 buffalo calves to units to thousands of buffalo calves. It is 1 to 9 calves. You get a subsidy of 6,400 rupees per calf. Another is 10 to 50 calf units where you get a subsidy or loan. You get a loan for 87,000 rupees. And you go for 1,000 calf units where you get a loan for 83.5 lakhs. And you have subsidies and low interest by Government of India, Ministry of Animal Husbandry. And in Kerala, what our people do is we have paddy lands where the paddy lands are divided of paddy cultivation in 3 months or up to 6 months during a year. Even when paddy is cultivated, in some area paddy is not at all cultivated and paddy lands are empty. There you can get your animals grazed. You should have a small dry land where you house the animals, and the paddy land you can permit them to graze. Either you go for a fodder cultivation in the paddy land so that these animals having sufficient fodder on rotational grazing, so that you can go for fodder production in the paddy land and rear the animals on exclusive and fodder when you have taken paddy lands on lease for entire year for the period where paddy land is not under cultivation. And the buffalo calves are available, which you can procure from. Majority of people are procuring buffalo Mura calves from Haryana, or some people are procuring from Karnataka and Tamil Nadu. Then there is an opportunity in information technology. on meat processing because there is a requirement of software for farm management, software for feeding, software for applications on treatment, farmer education, marketing, and mobile apps development. There is sufficient opportunity on meat processing and farming on even IT development. And the pollution norms, licensing is very important. When you get cows, the pollution norms has changed, when the building norms have changed, but still the norms of the municipalities and the panchayats are not still updated, but you have to go for the licensing when you rear poultry for more than 1,000 or house more than 10, you have to go for licensing. So there I am ending my talk here, that there is sufficient opportunity on milk and meat processing sector in the state of Kerala or in India, and it will support both the producer and also the customers. We are going for a win-win situation where our farmers are supported, where our consumers are benefit, and there is employment opportunity, revenue generation, and wealth creation and income generation in the processing industry. So there is a win to win, so that we live in a very happy country with supporting each other and living together. Thank you.
Before I go on with the presentation, I just would like to give a brief introduction of our organization. In fact, I have retired from the Coconut. I was working with the Coconut Development Board. Coconut Development Board, as you know, is a Government of India organization meant for the development of coconut industry as a whole, including coconut farming as well as value addition. So I was actually in charge of the Technology Development Center and Entrepreneurship Development. In fact, I have been there for I've been serving the Coconut Development Board for more than 33 years. And during my career, I had actually come across with various types of entrepreneurs and various types of coconut processing industries. I would just like to, in my presentation, I will give you a brief of the existing coconut processing sector, the existing status of the coconut processing sector, and then go on to the various technologies developed by the Coconut Development Board, and of course the constraints in the coconut processing sector, and the schemes in which the Coconut Development Board implements, the various schemes which Coconut Development Board implements for the development of the coconut processing sector. So coming on to the presentation. Yeah, can I have the first slide? Yeah, can you go on to the first slide? Yeah. Coconut, as all of you know, coconut is a kalpavriksha. In fact, every part of coconut could be used in some way or other. The term kalpavriksha has come from Sanskrit. In fact, it's nothing but the versatile coconut. So coming to the importance of coconut, can I have the next slide? Yeah, the importance of coconut. Coconut, as you know, is described as a kalpavriksha or tree of heaven. And in fact, this forms the part of our daily life. In fact, there is, especially in Kerala and other southern states, coconut is one of the, part of the culture, as well as it's part of the diet. So we use coconut in every dish. In fact, we eat coconut, we drink coconut. I mean, coconut is such a crop which can be used not only in its food use, but also every part, including the husk, the shell, as well as the coconut water. That's why it's called Kalpavriksha. And in fact, in South India, coconut is consumed both as as tender coconut. Also, there are a lot of tender coconut parlors within Kerala and other southern states, especially Karnataka. So coconut is consumed both as tender coconut as well as a mature coconut. As you know, tender coconut is mainly in the non-traditional areas. I mean, in the non-traditional areas, you can see mostly tender coconut, especially the northeastern states as well as Calcutta, especially West Bengal, Assam, and all that states. You can see coconut being consumed as tender coconut because there the harvest. I mean, you don't get much of mature coconuts there. But coconut actually is grown in almost all the coastal areas of India today. So it has got various uses. In fact, the coconut water itself is a very healthy drink. The coconut kernel forms part of the diet, and there are a lot of products, value-added products from coconut kernel, including the coconut shell and coconut husk also. As you know, there's a separate board for the development of the husk that is looked after by the coir board. Okay, they have various technologies for development of for promotion of coconut husk. So we actually, Coconut Development Board starts from the shell onwards, coconut shell onwards. So we are promoting, the Coconut Development Board has been able to promote a series of industries. More than, I think during the past 5 years, we have been able to, promote almost 600 to 700 units in various sectors. That means you can not only the food use, not only the coconut kernel-based products, but also the coconut shell-based products. Yeah, the next slide, please. Next slide. Yeah, this is just to depict the coconut's role as a kalpavriksha. You can just see I have just marked the various uses of coconut. That is, it is including the leaves. The coconut leaves are also were earlier used in the rural areas for thatch sheds. The coconut shell is such a wonderful product. I mean, you can go for coconut shell charcoal, and activated carbon, especially the commercial products like activated carbon have got good demand. The coconut husk, as you know, is looked after by the coir, and even the wood, coconut wood. Coconut wood is such a valuable item, especially in the making of furniture items and also for paneling. So coconut wood is now gaining popularity within the country because of its peculiar structure, and also it can be, it can be made free from termite attack. Next slide. Yeah, next slide, please. Yeah, this is just the various uses. I need not go into the more details. I just wanted to show this slide just to know that every part you can see, right from coconut kernel, coconut water, coconut husk, tender coconut. So every part is used. You can just see how it's used, why it is termed kalpavriksha. Next slide. Yeah. Now, if you see the major value-added products, I have grouped them into the 4 groups. That is, one is the kernel-based products, where you have the traditional products including copra, coconut oil, virgin coconut oil, desiccated coconut, and of course the other shell products, shell powder, shell charcoal, activated carbon, etc. The inflorescence is also today. During 2015. We had been able to, the Coconut Development Board has been able to develop a technology packing Nira. In fact, an inflorescence, we could pack, Nira in its, that is without any alcohol, non-alcoholic form. So with 0% alcohol. Earlier, this used to be, popular as toddy, because there were a lot of, in Kerala, toddy used to be a popular drink, which contains, of course, 4% alcohol. But now we have made this actually alcohol free by packing it into Nira. So Nira is a very value added product, and Nira, not only Nira sugar, Nira jaggery. There are a lot of other products like Nira honey, which could be packed with Nira, including vinegar. The water-based products, there are both tender coconut water as well as matured. Tender coconut water is more nutritious, and we have developed this technology for tender coconut water. The Coconut Development Board has been able to develop a technology for packing tender coconut water without any preservatives, without adding any preservatives. The matured coconut water is also a byproduct. So definitely, mature coconut water also could be used to add value to the main product, so that it can be done as an integrated coconut processing, where you could use the mature coconut water for soft drink as well as for coconut jelly, like nata de coco, what we call nata de coco. The coconut vinegar is also another product. Okay. Coming to the last one is shell-based products. The shell-based products, you know that India is today one of the largest exporter of coconut shell-based activated carbon. In fact, activated carbon, we have been able to promote more than 35 to 40 units in the country. And it is of course, it is a capital intensive project costing more than around 8 crores, 8 to 10 crores. So there are a number of activated carbon units, and India has been able to export, especially US, UK, and other European countries, where activated carbon is most popular for in pollution control applications, as well as drinking water, for purification of water, and also for oil purification. The shell charcoal is an intermediate product for activated carbon. In fact, one has to go through the process of converting the coconut shell into charcoal before converting into activated carbon. There are a number of other products like shell powder, and of course the traditional handicrafts, what we have in the unorganized sector. Yeah, the next slide. Yeah, you can just skip this. I just shown the coconut palm and its various, the one which I have earlier described, right from the inflorescence onwards, including the tender neck stage. So this is just a slide to show you the action of, in a picture form. And you can see the coconut palm and its various products derived out of it. Next slide. Yeah, here actually today India is still, India in the global coconut scenario, coming to global coconut scenario, India tops in the coconut production. In fact, we have crossed almost today, of course, this is a slightly old figure, we have crossed around 22 billion nuts. We have more than 21 billion nuts being produced in the country. And next is Indonesia, then Philippines, Sri Lanka. In fact, India, Indonesia, Philippines, Sri Lanka constitute almost more than 80 to 90% of the total world production. Okay, and the rest is looked after by the other Pacific countries, where these are smaller countries where coconut is definitely the main crop, but the production is not very conspicuous compared to the other countries, the main countries. Yeah, can you have the next one? Yeah, this is coming to the coconut scenario within the country. Yeah, if you see the Asian production, coconut, in fact, Kerala still leads. Then comes Karnataka, Tamil Nadu. So Tamil Nadu is likely to cross. Probably within the another 5 years, next 5 or 6 years, probably Tamil Nadu may overtake Kerala in coconut production because of the high productivity. Kerala, no doubt, is the largest, coconut producer in the country, but the productivity is comparatively low when you compare to the other states. That's the reason why I told that Kerala, we have the small, especially Kerala, is grown as the smallholders grow. So if you see, if you don't have large units in Kerala, this is the main constraint we have in Kerala. So now we have the society, coconut producer societies, farmer producer societies have come into picture. So with that, I think the farmers are able to get decent price. Otherwise, the Kerala situation was very bad earlier, where we didn't have any FPOs. After the formation of FPOs, farmer producer organizations, definitely coconut production has become more organized, not only in Kerala, other states also. Next slide. Yeah, so if you see coconut in India, in fact covers 2.1 million hectares within grown in 16 states and 4 union territories. And as I told you earlier, Kerala, Tamil Nadu, Karnataka, Andhra Pradesh, they contribute more than 59% of the total coconut production. And you can see the holdings, most of the coconut holdings within Kerala are actually small, are owned by small and marginal farmers. That's the reason why, Kerala, we don't have much larger units and compared to Tamil Nadu and Karnataka. The annual production is today around roughly 23 billion nuts. And if you see the export earnings, in fact, the export earnings, India has been able to make comparatively 36.5 million US dollars. And this is contributing to more than 3,568 million US dollars to the GDP. Next slide. International scenario, if you see, in fact, coconut, although we are the largest producer of coconut, our exports have not been able to take off to the extent when compared to the other countries. That's a reason because India actually started off a little bit late in value addition, but definitely we have been able to make a dent in especially coconut shell-based products, okay, coir and shell-based products. Of course, India was the largest exporter of coir. Apart from that, the coconut shell-based activated carbon, in fact, India is one of the largest exporters to the activated carbon. But coming to the kernel-based products, value-added products like desiccated coconut, coconut milk powder, so we have just entered the export market. So we are not being able to make as per our production because there's a vast potential for India actually to take advantage of the large production as well. If you see the quality of coconuts are comparatively better when you compare to the other countries. And here actually probably now with the value addition, we have been able to make some significant entry into the value addition. So definitely within the next 5 years, we will be able to definitely increase our exports. But although the exports have increased tremendously within the last 10 years. Okay. Next. Next slide, please. So export of coconut and coir products. If you compare, this is just a slide to indicate various the export of coconut and coir products, which is definitely from 2014-15. If you see, both coconut and coconut products have been able to rise. So just see the rise from 2014 onwards. So definitely in 2018-19, India has been able to achieve a tremendous, increase in the value of exports. Next slide. These are the major coconut products exported from India. If you see, activated carbon is among the leading list. We have been able to make definitely a very good entry into the activated carbon. Activated carbon today, fetches total, value of roughly 97,050. That is, if you see in the terms of metric tons, 97,050 metric tons we have been able to export that much quantity, and 1,344 crores. That is the value of the activated carbon, because activated carbon is such a valuable product. The price of activated carbon is more than, in fact, if you see, the price of it is around 120 rupees per kilo. Price of activated carbon, and in US dollars, it's actually roughly 1850 US dollars per metric ton. So here, if you see, the other products are very meager compared to activated carbon. If you see the other products exported like coconut oil, desiccated coconut, fresh coconut, and it's without, fresh coconut excluding the endocarp, the copra, and shell charcoal. These are some of the other products which are being exported. But when compared to activated carbon, you see the major role is the major share is that of activated carbon. Next. This is the trend. If you see the trend in the percentage of growth over the previous years, See, definitely there's been a very good growth during 2011-12 when we had a technology mission on coconut scheme implemented, and where the exporters have been able to take the benefit of the, there were a lot of incentives offered for various products. So definitely, if you see from 2011-12 onwards, there has been a significant increase in the export value in terms of USD, million dollars. 292 point, that is the 2018-19, we have been able to achieve 292.52 US million dollars. Next slide, please. There's a projection in the graphical form. That's all. Next slide. Now, of course, this is just to show you from 2016-17 onwards and 2018-19. In fact, there has been an addition of some new products like frozen graded coconut. Frozen graded coconut has also gained a lot of importance from 2016-17 onwards. In fact, this is being exported to countries within Middle East also. Middle East, we have a lot of Malayalis population. I mean, Kerala population is very high there. So that's the reason why the frozen graded coconut is gaining a lot of importance in UAE, Middle East, and also other European countries. Okay, so this is nothing but the grated coconut packed in the frozen form. Okay, so this has got a very good shelf life. Other products, of course, as I told you earlier, are also very legal compared to activated carbon. Next slide. Yeah, these are the challenges in the coconut sector. In fact, if you see, right from the one is the insufficient availability of quality coconut seedlings, the fragmented nature of cultivation, and of course frequent drought. We have in some of the states, sometimes we have frequent drought, especially in Kerala also, and not Kerala, but other northeastern states also, we have a lot of problems with this. But definitely we face this frequent drought in some of the states. Prevalence of old and senile palms in traditional areas. And of course, as you know, the pest and disease management, in fact, is getting stronger today. We are not able to completely eliminate pest and disease, but definitely there has been control measures in this sector. Now, the insufficient processing for value addition is a very important point, because here we are not been able to actually harness the full value of the, although if you see the entire coconut could be used in some way or other, we are not able to actually tap the maximum potential of the coconut. Because there have been problems like shortage of skilled labor in this, and then this is one major sector where we are training, bringing in a training program for developing skilled labor. Coconut growers are also unorganized, especially in Kerala. See, too many intermediaries in the supply chain. This is, of course, we have been able to overcome this problem by creating FPOs, where the number of intermediaries have been minimized. That the coconut farmer gets the benefit. Okay, when we increase the farmer gets the benefit. Wide fluctuation in coconut price. This is also another major problem in coconut. Next. Yeah. Now, during the year 2001-2002, the government of India had launched a scheme called Technology Mission on Coconut. Actually, the main objective of this scheme was actually to, basically to cover areas like pest and disease management, product diversification, market research, market promotion. We have been able to, this scheme actually, under the scheme, the board provides a lot of subsidies in adoption of technology, not only adoption of technology, but also in the adoption of technology. One is we demonstrate it, and then finally we transfer it to the entrepreneurs for adoption. So coming to one by one, we'll just go through the various schemes. Slide. Yeah, the major products eligible. These are the products eligible under the technology, the scheme Technology Mission on Coconut. Okay, right from packed tender coconut water, including desiccated coconut, virgin coconut oil, desiccated coconut, coconut cream, coconut milk powder, product, gel powder, charcoal. All these products are covered under the technology mission on Coconut. Next slide. Yeah. See, under this scheme, we have two major sectors. One is the development part, development of technologies, demonstration of technologies, and adoption of technologies. For development of technologies, we actually depend on the various government of India organizations like CFTRI, various research organizations we have, the Central Food Technological Research Institute, Defense Food Research Laboratory, DFRL, and other state agricultural universities. Okay, we have a number of agricultural universities, including CPCRI, for development of technologies. We have been able to develop a lot of technologies with their support. And we give around roughly 100% of the project cost limited to for government institutions. And also, we give these projects for NGOs. Here, the limit is 75% of the project cost limited to 35 lakhs. Under demonstration of technology, also similarly, for demonstrating all the technology, that is at the field level or the if it is an industry at the industrial, I mean, at the scale level. So, 100% of the now the adoption of technology for entrepreneurs, we give roughly 25% of the project cost, subject to maximum clearing of 50 lakh. In the case of SC/ST women farmers, as well as areas like Andaman, around 33.3% of the project cost. Yeah. After the implementation of the technology mission, there has been a lot of impact on the technology mission. We have been able to develop technologies like tender coconut water, fully automated process for tender coconut water, virgin coconut oil, and coconut flour. Coconut flour is nothing but a byproduct derived from the value, the residue which comes out during a milk extraction. It contains number of protein. It contains a lot of valuable, components like protein and fiber. Spray-dried coconut milk powder, then blended coconut oil. This is also a new where we can blend the coconut oil with other oils, so that we can take the benefit of there are a lot of states which do not consume oil for their cooking purpose, not because of the cholesterol or other aspect, but it is only because of the traditional habits that the flavor of coconut oil is not liked by of the northern states. There they use their own oil, especially Maharashtra and West Bengal may use mustard oil. Maharashtra may use sunflower oil. Different states use different types of oil. So, in order to actually make, they probably take the good, nutritious. As you know, coconut oil is very nutritious in nature. It contains more lauric acid. So, to actually take the benefit of various oils, so we blend coconut oil. We can blend coconut oil with sunflower oil. And there has been a number of oil which have come into the market with blended coconut oil. Okay, like KLF coconut products has introduced sunflower oil with coconut oil. Okay. Coconut honey from matured coconut water, coconut spread, coconut lassi. There are other like protein powders developed with the help of CFTRI. NIRA, of course, we have been able to develop a process for NIRA. Our own institute, CDB Institute of Technology, has developed this technology for NIRA. Next slide. Yeah, coming to one by one, the virgin coconut oil, as you know, when compared to the ordinary coconut oil or the copra-based coconut oil, this is slightly, premium grade because the lauric acid content is comparatively more. We have a higher lauric acid content, and moreover, it is extracted from it without drying, without going through the process of drying. It is white in color because we don't do any heating. It has got a shelf life of more than 1 year. So these are some of the you can see properties of virgin coconut oil when you compare to the normal coconut oil. So that's the reason why virgin coconut oil price high compared to normal. It's almost 2.5 times. Okay. Next. Yeah, we have developed this technology in collaboration with the FoodTech, that is Food Technological Research in Mysore, where actually they have developed process, and it is. I think this process can be integrated because here we a series of other products also. The byproducts, especially coconut flour, the byproduct milk residue can be converted into coconut flour or refatted powder. Even the coconut water in this case can be utilized for fabric. So this virgin coconut oil unit can be set up, on an integrated model, so that we can utilize all other parts of the coconut. So that makes a product more economically viable. Okay. Yield is around 600 liters, roughly 600 kg or liters of virgin coconut oil from 10,000 coconuts. That's right. Yeah, this is the project cost actually. We pay project cost for a minimum viable size of 5,000 coconuts per day, yielding around 300 liters. It will be around, it is coming when you take complete machinery and all the other, like electrification, effluent treatment, the working capital, margin money, all put together, it will be around roughly 88 lakhs. So if you see the machinery alone, machinery will be around 40 lakhs. Okay. So this is the total project cost excluding land. 88 lakhs for a project for automated plant for virgin coconut. Next. Yeah, these are some of the brands which have come out in the market. In fact, apart from Kerala, virgin coconut oil is also being produced in Tamil Nadu, Karnataka on a larger scale, because they have, Tamil Nadu has got a number of good, large farms, and where actually the producer organizations there have been able to, on a larger scale compared to Kerala. Virgin coconut oil, we have around 35 to 40 brands today in the market, and the price is slightly higher price. Today the average price is around 450 to 500. The bulk price is around 450 to 500. The retail price will be much higher. When you see the small packings, it will be around 1,200 liters when you go to the retail side. Next. Yeah, coming to the next product, tender coconut water. As I told you, this is completely, zero fat, zero cholesterol, and zero additives. And this is more rich in electrolytes, essentially sodium, potassium, magnesium. That's the reason why tender coconut water is given, is also consumed in hospitals. Okay, because of its use as a oral rehydration medium. It's a very good rehydration medium because of its sodium, potassium, high sodium, potassium. It also has got minerals, vitamins, protein. So this technology we have been able to develop research laboratory, Mysore, and we have around 15 DPT units in the tender coconut water. Okay. Next slide. Tender coconut water is known for its flavor. Actually, the main technology actually is hinting on the flavor. That's the reason why we don't add any preservatives. Because the moment you try to add preservatives, the entire flavor is lost. So here the flavor is very important. The flavor is mainly due to the contribution of the delta lactose. It's a typical flavor. Okay, that flavor is the main thing in the technology. So in fact, if you see, there are a lot of varieties of tender coconuts, and you see there's a difference. The varieties also when you compare with the MOD or COD compared to the normal tender coconut, traditional tender coconut, there's a difference in the sugar content as well as sodium potassium content. Okay, so different. So while developing the technology, we have been able to standardize sugar content. Okay, 4 to 5% is a standard. So definitely you'll be standardize the sugar content to around 4 to 5% without much of sweetness. Next slide. Yeah, these are the different forms of tender coconut. In fact, tender coconut water is such a drink which is gifted. It is a nature's gift to mankind. Without any packing, you can even pack tender coconut as such, because there are technologies today where we can do minimal process and pack tender coconut in its original form without going for any artificial packing like the plastic or anything. But of course, moreover, there's a limitation for the shelf life. You can't go, this could be done for the local market or like for the normal, not for an all India market. Like when you go for an all India, you need a very high shelf life. So definitely this will be having a shelf life of 30 days. When you compare to the normal tender coconut water packed in Tetra packs or packed in PP bottles, you may have a shelf life of more than 6 months. Okay, 6 to 9 months. Especially Tetra pack, you have got a higher shelf life. The other one is, like there are a lot of blended juice coming with tender coconut. Even the coconut kernel. In fact, you will have the kernel also. In the tender coconut, we have a soft kernel that also could be packed, okay, separately for coconut lassi. Or as a, there is a technology for packing the tender coconut water along with the kernel. It's called snowball tender nut. This has been developed by CPCRI, Kasaragod. They have been able to develop this technology for snowball tender coconut. Next slide. Of course, today there are more than 25 units in the country, and we, of course, the technology, the Corporate Development Board charges a fee of 3.5 lakhs plus service tax for the technology know-how fee for this. And today, if you see, there are more than 25 units in the country with installed capacity of 138.6 million nuts per year. So a sizable quantity of tender coconuts have been able to be utilized for the packing fresh tender coconut. Next slide. These are some of the brands, okay, especially Tamil Nadu. Tamil Nadu has been able to, Tamil Nadu we have most of the units I think are in Tamil Nadu. Compared to Kerala, Kerala has got only 2 or 3, but Tamil Nadu we have around 8 units who are packing tender coconut water. And there are tender coconut water units also. There is one in West Bengal also. And if you see tender coconut water in Karnataka as well as Andhra also there's only 1 unit, but Karnataka has got a fair number of units. So Karnataka and Tamil Nadu are actually main states where tender coconut water is being packed slightly in a commercial form. We have the Tetra pack, we have the PP bottles. So there are different brands of tender coconut water. These are the different brands. Next slide. Here the yield is around roughly 10,000 coconut would yield about 2,000 liters, and there's an export incentive offered by the government of India, that is 3% of FOB value is offered as an export incentive. Next slide, please. The project cost, if you see, the minimum size is around 5,000, where the project cost may vary from 130 lakhs to 170, depending on the project size. Okay, here also the machinery actually is around 45 is of 5,000 nuts, and if you can go up to, there are units packing more than 15,000. So some units are still packing 25,000 nuts per day also, but there are very few. Most of them are in the range of 5,000 to 10,000. Okay, in the country. Next. These are some of the global brands in the market. Today, if you see the Zico and Vitaco, they are the leading brands in the global market. And of course, there are countries like Thailand, Malaysia, who are packing tender coconut water. The international standard is actually cans. They use cans as well as Tetra pack. Cans are very popular. They are easy open cans. They're actually most of the international brands are coming in cans, 330 ml cans. And we have, tender coconut water packed with other juices also, especially fortified with vitamins. There are some of the units in the country packing coconut water along with the fortified with vitamins and other nutrients. Next slide. Yeah, this is a product actually where we have, it's like for the children, they use it as a fruit ice. Okay, and this is another product from organic coconut juice blended with lychee. Lychee also goes well with tender coconut water. Next slide. Now, the coconut milk is also a very important product because coconut milk is consumed in most of the southern states, especially Kerala as well as Tamil Nadu also. Karnataka also consumes coconut in various dishes, but compared to Kerala, Kerala is the largest state where We consume coconut in every dish. In other northern states, probably coconut is consumed for sweets. There are a lot of laddus prepared from coconut. Also, coconut milk is used here, paisams. So it is a very convenient form. Here, actually, we have a technology. We have developed this technology in association with regional research laboratory at that time, at long back. This actually today we have around roughly coconut milk based units are less compared to the coconut water. Coconut milk based units we have a few, like around say handful of them, like 10 numbers of units are there in the country for packing coconut milk. This needs to be boosted. Coconut milk has got a very good demand within the country itself. So probably today there are some units like KLF products, double loss. Dabur has already come with Tetra Pak. I mean, there are a lot of other, foods also coming up with coconut milk. So this is definitely gaining popularity in the country. It's having a shelf life of 6 months. Here we can pack coconut milk in cans as well as we can pack it in Tetra Packs. The export market demands two packing, especially cans as well as Tetra Pak. Next. Yeah, this is another product similar to coconut milk. This is actually flavored coconut milk where the fat content is reduced. We have minimum fat, like less than 3% fat in this. And just like Milma milk, just like you have flavored normal milk, you have the bovine milk, but this is flavored coconut milk, which can be taken as a drink with different flavors like pista, strawberry, chocolate. Different flavors can be added to this. It's also getting popular in flavored coconut milk. There are units packing flavored coconut milk also. There are 3 or 4 units packing. Next slide. Here roughly the yield is around 10,000 coconuts would give you around 2,500 kgs of cream. That is nothing but 2,500 almost liters of coconut cream. And coconut cream roughly you get around 500 kg. Here the export incentive offered is 5% by the government of India. Yeah, these are some of the brands in Thailand. Also, probably many of you may be knowing that Thailand is also coconut milk is consumed there in Thailand. Okay, there also we have a number of dishes prepared with coconut milk. So Thai, this is a brand of Thai. 100% coconut milk without any preservatives. They only add some stabilizers, but they don't add any chemical preservatives. Next slide. Now this is a product. Coconut milk packed in spray dried form. Okay, this is more convenient to handle. This is nothing but milk packed in a powder form. So this has got a higher shelf life, roughly 1 year, and more convenient to handle also. When you compare to coconut milk, that's why this is This is actually a very good. The international market demands coconut milk in powder form. Okay, it's more convenient for them to handle. So I think Middle East is also India exports this coconut milk powder to Middle East countries. There are a number of large units in the country packing coconut milk powder. Today we have around roughly 8 to 10 units packing coconut milk powder. Yeah, this technology actually we have been able to develop with CFTRI. Here the yield is around roughly 1 ton. 1 ton of milk powder from 20,000 nuts. And also the government gives incentive of 5% of FOB value. These are the brands, or some of the brands in India. KLF coconut products, and the other one is the Malaysian brand, coconut cream. The powder is packed in cream powder as well as milk powder. Only difference is in the fat content. When you require a high fat, you call it coconut cream powder. Coconut milk powder. Next slide. Yeah, of course, the project cost is slightly high, around 3 crores. When you compare to the other products like coconut milk, so the minimum size is 20,000 nuts per year. Of course, this is slightly capital intensive product in all countries. By year, we have only number of units are not very too many. In Kerala, we have units here, Kerala, and the rest of them in Karnataka. 5 units will be there in coconut milk. Excellent. This is a very common product. In fact, this is the most common product in India. Dedicated coconut We have a number of units in desiccated coconut. In fact, desiccated coconut is uh, major. The major state is Karnataka. Karnataka has got more than 250 to 300 units of desiccated coconut, especially in Tippu, Tumkur area. When you compare to the other states, okay, roughly we may be having around 350 to 400 units, but among them, 300 units are more. 300 units are in Karnataka alone. The rest of them will be other states like Kerala and Tamil Nadu. Tamil Nadu also we have a number of these units, and this is a very common product because this product actually is used right from 90s on, 80s, 90s onward. In fact, this has been used for biscuits and confectionery, especially bakeries. They use it for sweets, cakes, chutney powder. Okay. Here you use 1,000 units gives around 1 ton of desiccated coconut. The incentive offered is 5% of FOB value. And here you don't require any technology, specific technology for desiccated coconut. It is something but a machinery oriented, there's no process involved actually. It's just basically drying is the main thing, like a technology being used for desiccated coconut. Next. The capital investment is around 130 to 160 depending on the size. We have a minimum size of 50,000 liters per day. Next slide. Yeah, this is a very unique product, Natadi cocoa. In fact, Natadi cocoa is being packed in the global scenario. If you see the global scenario, I think probably Malaysia as well as countries like Philippines have been packing Natadi cocoa. This is nothing but a Spanish word. Nata means actually float. It's a fiber actually derived from the acetobacter. That means while making vinegar, we get a sort of a scum like thing, which is nothing but a fiber where we can use coconut water for actually making Natadi cocoa. It is actually nothing but a jelly. So this is being popularly used in the fruit juices, especially most of the fruit juices contains Natadi cocoa today. If you see Tropicana Foods, there are different packings there. They use Natadi cocoa as a sort of a flavoring agent. So when you have something to bite, it adds to the flavor. So that's the reason why Natadi cocoa is popularly being used. It's used for cocktails, ice creams, and other desserts. Next slide. Yeah, vinegar is the most traditional product from mature coconut water. We use this food yeast for actually fermentation. This is nothing but a fermentation process where the coconut water, the sugar is fermented, it can further acidified. It's converted into acetic acid. So vinegar is nothing but acetic acid, conversion of coconut water into acetic acid, and this is done by CFTRI. In fact, this is a traditional product used in pickles and as a flavoring agent. Pickles use this. So it is not very, market is not very huge. It's only limited to the, industries like the pickle industries as well as the confectionery industry. Next. Next slide, please. Yeah. This is compared to the normal vinegar. This coconut vinegar is a natural vinegar. Okay, when you compare to the artificial vinegar, you see the market we mostly get the artificial vinegar, which is nothing but acetic acid, diluted acetic acid. Here actually we prepare from coconut water. So that's the reason why the natural vinegar is actually without any. It's more healthier when you compare to other vinegar. So definitely this is gaining popularity. Coconut vinegar when you compare to the normal artificial vinegar. Next slide. Now, coconut oil, as you know, this is a traditional oil. There is nothing much in the process except that this is a process being used right from you can say from 1940 before independence. Coconut oil has been there in the market. Coconut oil is very popular, being converted in the form of Yes, we have the normal chuck. Chuck is nothing but see earlier it was being done in the bullock coming it was drying the rotaries, rotary system. Now today exploders are being used for the conversion of for extraction of coconut. That's the most modern vegetable use. So we have around roughly 65% of the coconut is converted into copra and then 65% of the fat is extracted from that. We have more than 65% of fat in copra. So oil is nothing. This oil actually, when you compare to the normal virgin coconut oil, the newly packed virgin coconut oil, demand is slightly low. Here it is roughly 5 tons, yield around 3 tons of 3 tons of normal coconut oil. Yield is comparatively higher compared to the virgin coconut oil, but the byproduct you get is in the form of a cattle feed. Okay, that oil feed can be used only as cattle feed. The virgin coconut oil, we can use it as a fatted powder or a coconut flour. Next. And also the other differences, this is slightly yellowish in color, as I showed you in the previous slide. When you compare to virgin coconut oil, it is pure white. Okay, that's the reason why the international market prefers the virgin coconut rather than the normal coconut consumed within the state, within the country. So coconut oil actually has a very high degree of saturation, and that's the reason why some of them got a misnomer that it is cholesterol. But unfortunately, the fact is that nobody realizes that this coconut oil contains medium chain fatty acids. That's the reason why it is easily oxidized in the body. When you compare to the other oil, other saturated fats, coconut oil is easily digestible. Here, actually, while conducting studies, we have conducted the coconut oil board conducting a lot of studies. Actually, the effect of this cholesterol. Like here we found out that coconut oil, consumption of coconut oil actually builds up LDL cholesterol and not LDL cholesterol. Good cholesterol is one. It is not the bad cholesterol. The bad cholesterol can be the LDL cholesterol, which goes directly into the blood. Sir, actually, that's the reason why coconut oil can be safely consumed. That's the reason why we are consuming coconut oil for our daily diet. Next. Now, this is a new product, coconut chips. Just like banana chips and tapioca chips, coconut also, the kernel could be packed in the chips form. Very traditional product can be packed by small, like small farmers. You can call them FPO or the other thing is SSGs. Holders, you can see women groups. There are a lot of women groups who pack coconut chips. Okay, and cooperative societies. Societies also. So this is packed in the unorganized sector. Coconut chips. The unorganized sector. There's nothing but a dried chips, dried in an oven. Oven. There's nothing. They don't use a dryer. They use the oven for drying the coconut chips. Coconut shell powder. Earlier, coconut shell powder was gaining a lot of popularity earlier, but now this coconut shell powder market has come down because there are a lot of alternate products. This was used for mosquito coils and agarbatti, the coconut shell powder, and also in the plywood industry. Okay, but there are a lot of alternatives come from coconut, apart from the coconut shell. There are a lot of alternative products which have come into the market. That's the reason why coconut shell powder demand has gone down, but the charcoal has gone up. Today, coconut shell is being mainly consumed in the industrial scale by charcoal manufacturing unit, for manufacture of charcoal. Your 2,000 shells is around roughly 1 ton of shell powder. Okay. So that's the reason why shell powder market has come down comparatively. It's around 60 lakhs here, the 1 ton per day, because you require very high power consumption, and the machinery cost is around 25 lakhs here. You use a ball mill, okay, for powdering the coconut shell. That's right. Yeah, this is a very value-added product. In fact, this is like black gold, coconut shell charcoal. Coconut shell charcoal is being consumed by the actuated turbine unit, and today we have number of units in shell charcoal. Ford has been able to promote a number of units. And this is mainly Tamil Nadu, especially. If you see Kangayam and other areas like Pollachi, there are a number of coconut shell charcoal units. mainly going for activity carbon. The export incentive offered by the government is around 5% of FOB value. Next slide. That's around roughly 1 crore, 1 crore per day. Project cost for Selja coal, because you are required to have the pollution free. Actually the plant needs to be pollution free. So there are a number of equipments used in the pollution for actually absorbing the carbon monoxide. The carbon monoxide is the poisonous gas. So there are a number of scrubbers, venturi scrubbers being used there. So that adds on to the machinery cost. Okay, that's why the machinery cost is around 45 lakhs. So roughly put together is around 1 crore or 1 ton per day for environmental free, adopting this as an environmental free technology. Next slide. Yeah, activated carbon. This is the main product which is being exported. Today, India is one of the largest exporter of activated carbon. And activated carbon is nothing, can be used in every field. I mean, pollution control, wherever there is purification, wherever there is air purification or water purification, I mean, you can't do away without activated carbon. Activated carbon is such a product. In fact, you can say this product has been in the market not only for this, also for the gold purification. It's also used for the gold purification. So, you see, today, India, we have more than 35 to 40 units in activated carbon. At one time, we had only some 2 or 3 units, okay, during 80s or 85, during that period, 85, 90 period. Now, within a 20 years, we have been able to expand it to around 35 units. So, it's a very good, achievement as far as India is concerned. Activated carbon fetches you a lot of good income, generates a lot of income in terms of dollars. Next. Yeah, as I told you, the yield is around 9 tons of shells yielding around 1 ton of carbon. You have to go through a process of carbonization. So you require to convert it into charcoal first. So 9 tons is around 3 metric tons of charcoal, and roughly put together, it's around 1 metric tons is around 1 metric ton of activity. So here the export incentive offered is 2% of FOB value. Next slide. Yeah, this is, I told you, most capital intensive project because of the process. We use a high temperature process, steam activation. So here the temperature goes as high as 1000, like 970 to 1020 degrees centigrade. So that's the reason why you use a rotary kiln. It's a very costly machine. The machinery cost is 3 crores. Okay, and you fairly a large size, say 9 tons per day plant. We have around 35 units. Next slide. Yeah, now come back to NERA. NERA actually is a product which was introduced during 2016, 2015-16 onward, and it's a good achievement. In the beginning, it took off very well. NERA, the main drawback is that we need to get good pumps. Okay, when you compare to the harvesting of coconuts, it is not so easy. While when you go for the tapping process requires skilled laborers, it requires training, and good hygiene has to be maintained. So that's the reason why probably even with the training program, board has been able to train number of tappers. In spite of all that, tappers were not able to. We could not get a consistent quality. And 2016-17 it picked up very well. In the beginning, we had around roughly 12 NERA processing units. Especially this was actually limited to the FPO. Only the FPOs were given the license. In fact, the private sector was given the license because the fact that there is bound to be adulteration in this, especially conversion into alcohol. So that's the reason why the government of Kerala actually gave this to FPOs only in the beginning. But during 2018-19, after that only the downfall started. After the floods started off in Kerala, we had a major 2 years, 2018-19, we had a lot of floods. Kerala, that affected the farms. From that day onwards, probably the NERA, you can say the production of NERA had gone down tremendously. And today, now it is okay. Number of new technologies being introduced for packing NERA in Tetra Pak. Now, I think probably NERA would be coming in Tetra Pak also. It may take some time. the Palakkad Coconut Producer Company is doing this. They are in the process of integrating Nira Tetra Pak form. Next slide, please. Yeah, these are some of the other products from Nira. That is jaggery. Jaggery, of course, in Tamil Nadu there are a lot of units doing jaggery. Jaggery. It's a very good product because it's good for the children. Contains enough of calcium. Nira sugar can be replaced with normal sugar, and it is having a low glycemic index. So even diabetic patients can take this Nira sugar. That's why you can see number of sweets prepared with Nira sugar. The chocolate, you can replace normal sugar with Nira sugar. So that's the advantage of using this Nira sugar, which can be used for diabetic patients also. Next slide. Yeah, these are some of the units which we have financed in the technology machine on coconut. And these are the various ratios. I mean, like if you see number of units which have come in the country, the slightly old figure 484. More than 600 units have come today in the country with under the technology machine with different capacities. Okay. Next. These are the projects in a nutshell. If you see, these are the most economically viable projects. Okay, I have just shared these 10 projects. There is coconut water, desiccated coconut milk, spray dried milk powder. Most of the units are in this. I mean, this sector. Most of the economically viable units are comprising of these products. Coconut chips, activated carbon is the most popular one. So here the returns are also comparatively good, are above 18 to 20%. Next slide, please. Yeah, we also conduct training programs. The CDB Institute of Technology actually conducts training programs for the smaller groups who would like to go in for like the small scale process, like processing around 500 nuts to 1,000 nuts per day. There are a lot of products for that in that category, like the normal coconut chips, coconut chocolate, coconut biscuits, the coconut based soft drinks like lemonade. And we have a number of other sweets also. Number of sweets, traditional products like chutney powder, coconut pickle. A lot of products are there, like using confectionery sector, including the normal jaggery products also, coconut jaggery based products. So these are some of the products which could be done in small scale sector. So here the training fee is charged based on the training program. We have 1 day, 4 day program. So based on that, they charge from 500 rupees to, it is a very nominal fee per day per head. We charge a nominal fee of 500 day per day. If it's a 4 day program, it's around 2,000 rupees. So it's very nominal fee compared to the private institutes per tablet. So this is basically for the smaller groups, women groups. Okay. These training programs are conducted for the smaller women. Next. These are some of the technologies available in the commercial sector on the industrial scale. Okay, as I told you, I have almost told you all these technologies like virgin coconut oil, packing of tender coconut water, then mature coconut water also, production of vinegar, tanda de coco, coconut chips. All these technologies which we have developed in various institutes. Next slide, please. This is the normal conversion ratio compared to the, just to give you an idea, compare the conversion ratio for tonnage to coconut. These are the conversion ratios of various products. As I told you, on the overall, if you see the highlights, the technology machine on coconut, after introducing technology, we have been able to give more than, so the Southern Society, we have been able to finance more than 600 units. Well, most of the states, you see the map, most of the units in the southern state, purely because it is around the coastal area where we have large number of coconuts. And even the activated carbon, basically in Tamil Nadu. Okay. Most of the units were financed in Tamil Nadu. Next slide. This is the breakup of the various category, of the various types of products which we have financed. Okay, right from coconut shell charcoal, we have even financed the frozen form, packed tender coconut water, desiccated coconut, coconut shell ice cream cups. These are some of the new products which we are doing. Next slide. Trading offers. This is just put in a products. I've shown the slide I think earlier. You can skip the slide. So on concluding, if you see, today India is having raw material availability is plenty. There's no dearth for the raw material. There's a huge potential for value addition, and technology is also not a constraint because we have all the technologies. I mean, to name the product, we have the technology for it. In even if, for activated carbon, also there are technologies available. If you see the financial support, also Government of India is promoting. In fact, Government of India is also trying to raise the subsidy from 50 lakhs to 3 crores. I think probably with the next plan, the next financial year onwards, probably we will have a new scheme wherein we will have the from 50 lakhs to 3 crores. So the subsidy, central as well as the state government, both of them, you can avail the subsidy from both. Only thing is that the subsidy should not be more than 50%. That's the only condition. There's a big domestic market also for the value-added products, including not only export, within India, there's a very good market, especially for desiccated coconut, which we have not been able to tap. This needs to be tapped, of course. The export, of course, is huge. Most of the, countries like USA today are consuming virgin oil, especially the virgin coconut oil market is growing. Export market is growing tremendously. The tender coconut water as well as the spray dried powder. Okay, these are some of the products where export, the market for export is growing at a tremendous rate. And as I told you, the government also provides export incentives. Most of the products, right from 2% to 5% onwards. So there is a vast potential for this coconut. Coconut has got a tremendous potential. In fact, we have just harnessed hardly 10% of the total potential when you compare to other countries. Okay, like Sri Lanka, even a small country like Sri Lanka have been able to export. Why not India? India is such a vast country where we have the very good domestic market as well as the export market needs to be tapped. In fact. Okay, with this, I would like to end my presentation. Okay. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Myself, Dr. Ramya, working as a scientist in Fish Processing Division of ICRC IFT Kochi. Today, I will be talking on technologies for processing and value addition of fish. As all of you know, seafood is rich in easily digestible protein and excellent source of omega-3 fatty acids. It is a good source of minerals like calcium, iron, zinc, etc. Seafood is also low in saturated fats and cholesterol and sodium content. So many organizations and advisory boards of different countries have given recommendations for fish consumption. The American Heart Association recommends eating fish, particularly fatty fish, at least 2 times, 2 servings, so 7 to 8 ounces a week, which comes around 196 to 224 grams. The Dietary Guidelines for Americans 2010 recommends consumption of 8 ounces of seafood per week, and US Environmental Protection Agency recommends that women and children eat 2 to 3 servings of a variety of fish and shellfish each week. Coming to the status of Indian fisheries, India is having a total coast length of 8,129 kilometers with a continental shelf of 0.53 million square kilometer and an EEZ of 2.02 million square kilometer. India ranks 2nd, 3rd and 6th position in inland capture, aquaculture and marine capture fish production in the world. The total fish production in the country was 13.7 million tons in 2018-19. Then what happens to the fish which is produced in India? When we talk about the fish consumption pattern in India, we can see that nearly 60% of Indian population consume fish, but consumption varies with region. The top fish producers in the country are Gujarat, Kerala, Andhra Pradesh and West Bengal, and the top fish consumers are Lakshadweep, Kerala, Goa and West Bengal. The per capita fish consumption of India is 8.66 kg per year. Considering 71.15% as non-vegetarian population, the per capita fish consumption comes around 12.17 kg per year. Then what happens to the Indian fish produced? The major share goes for domestic consumption. A significant portion is also getting lost, which is called post-harvest loss. Then another important aspect is spoilage. As we all know that fish is a highly perishable food commodity. The fish gets spoiled because of microbial action, enzymatic action, and the chemical changes, the lipid oxidation. So here comes the importance of processing or preservation of food. The processing or preservation helps to minimize loss or waste of valuable food commodity, to meet consumer preference and specified quality standards, to enhance the shelf life of food for longer duration, to supply safe food, and also to make profit by adding value and increasing convenience to the consumer. There are many conventional fish preservation methods, and now there are many advanced methods for processing and preservation of fish. The conventional methods include the low temperature preservation methods like icing, chilling, refrigeration, freezing, curing, thermal processing, extrusion, etc. I'll come one by one into the first one is live fish processing. There is a great scope for expansion of live fish processing of lobster, shrimp, clam, eel, etc. The next category is fresh fish. This is the most perishable of all food. Very high post-harvest losses occurs due to improper handling, packaging, and preservation. Icing and storing in good containers is the best way to prevent losses. Next category is chilled fish. In chilling, the fishes are kept with melting ice or stored at low temperature. Slurry ice, flake ice, and tube ice will give better quality products. And many important value-added items of international trade comes under this category, like sashimi grade tuna, pomfret, shrimps, etc. So along with chilling, if you apply some advanced packaging method, you can expect a better quality product with longer shelf life. So one among those is vacuum packaging. Vacuum packaging is used for enhancing the shelf life of seafood in chill storage condition. Vacuum packaging reduces the oxygen content in the package and reduces the oxidative changes as well as the growth of aerobic microorganisms. The shelf life of vacuum packaged product varies from 10 to 20 days. It depends on the species stored in chill condition. Another advanced packaging method is modified atmosphere packaging. In this, the atmosphere inside the pack surrounding the fish is modified with suitable gases to delay spoiling and extend the shelf life. The atmosphere may change over time due to the permeability of the packaging material or the respiration of the food. Modified atmospheric packaging includes reduction in the amount of oxygen or total replacement of oxygen. There may be increase in the proportion of other gases like carbon dioxide, nitrogen, etc. The shelf life of modified atmosphere packaged fish varies from 15 to 20 days. Next is sous vide processing. The sous vide cooking or the sous vide processing is cooking of raw materials under controlled conditions of temperature and time inside heat sealable pouches under vacuum followed by rapid cooling. The sous vide processing also improves the quality and shelf life of fish products compared to air pack and vacuum pack. Shelf life for sous vide processed seafood is 45 to 60 days. Another important packaging technique is active packaging technique. There are active packaging which is different from the traditional packaging system. A traditional or the conventional synthetic plastic packages, they are passive. That means they act just like an inert barrier to external conditions. They are not supposed to interact with the food. Unlike those passive packages, an active packaging system is designed to interact with the food or its surrounding environment for enhancing its shelf life. So basically, this is an interactive packaging. This can be categorized into two types. One is scavenging systems and another one is releasing systems. Scavenging systems can be an oxygen scavenger or a carbon dioxide scavenger or a moisture scavenger or ethylene scavenger, etc. Releasing systems include carbon dioxide emitters, antimicrobial releasing films, antioxidant releasing films, etc. So coming to oxygen scavenger, we all know that high levels of oxygen in the food packages It may help microbial growth, off flavor and off odor development, color changes, and nutritional loss. So it can cause a significant reduction in the shelf life of food. Oxygen scavengers will create a micro or reduced oxygen atmosphere inside the package. So it will reduce the oxygen level inside the package to less than 0.01%, which is impossible with many other packaging systems. The oxygen scavengers were first marketed in Japan in 1976 by the Mitsubishi Gas Chemical Company Limited under the trade name Aegis. Aegis is the most common oxygen scavenging system based on iron oxidation. Another category of packaging technique is intelligent or smart packaging system. These are packaging systems which can monitor the condition of the packaged foods to give information regarding the quality of the packaged food during transport and storage. So they not only sense the changes in the quality of the food which is packed inside it, but also informs the customer about those changes. There are different examples for intelligent packaging systems like sensors, indicators, radio frequency identification tags, etc. They can be used in combination with modified atmospheric pack and vacuum packaging. This is an example of intelligent packaging system. This is a time temperature indicator. This is a chitosan-based gold nanoparticle-based time temperature indicator. This can tell the consumer about the temperature abuse during a particular time. Another one is freshness indicator. This is freshness dot. These are smart and easy to use paper-based indicators for fishes and shellfishes, which is developed by ICRC-IFT under Honorable Prime Minister's 100 Days program. This can indicate quality of packed fish by simple color change. This ensures the quality and healthy fish to consumers. This is a low-cost technique. This is very simple and easy to use. So after chill product, the next category is frozen products. The frozen fish products are the most important items of marine product export. Conventionally, the fishes are frozen as blocks. But recently, like now, there is a great demand for IQF products. The IQF products fetches higher unit value compared to block frozen products. The recent advances in freezing is cryogenic freezing using salt solutions or brine freezing, which gives better quality product. The shelf life of frozen seafood is around 2 years. These are some of the pictures of frozen fish steaks and IQF shrimps. These are fish fillets in attractive packages. These are IQF fillets in resealable packages. So under frozen seafood, one category is battered and breaded fish products from low value fish. These are value added seafood based product in ready to cook or ready to serve convenient form from low value fishes. So this helps in effective utilization of low value fishes. These products can be fortified with the necessary nutrients to enhance the nutritional quality of the product. These products are sold as protein enriched snacks. These are some of the specialty products from shrimp which can be sold in frozen, like a centerpeeled shrimp, centerpeeled cooked shrimp, shrimp skewer, shrimp single kebab, shrimp vegetable kebab, butterfly shrimp, sushi shrimp, nobashi, breaded nobashi, stretched shrimps. The next category is surumi. Surumi is nothing but the deboned fish mince from lean fishes, non-fatty fishes, which is washed, refined and mixed with the cryoprotectants. They are used as intermediate product for processing value-added products like fabricated foods, analogs, etc. Surumi is generally frozen as rectangular blocks. Various value-added imitated products like crab claw, lobster, shrimps, etc. are prepared using surumi. The shelf life of surumi is around 2 years. These are some of the surumi-based products. The next category is thermal processed product. Thermal processing is preservation by heat. There are different thermal processing methods like blanching, pasteurization, cooking, sterilization or canning, and HTST, high temperature, short time processing. So thermal processing is an important method for shelf life enhancement of food because of its high safety level and convenience. The first method is blanching. This is a mild heat treatment method. This primarily destroys the enzymes and also reduces the load of microbes. This is not intended as a sole method of preservation, but this can be used as a pre-treatment prior to freezing, drying, and canning. This is carried out up to 100 degrees Celsius using hot water or steam at or near atmospheric pressure. Another thermal processing method is pasteurization. This is a relatively mild heat treatment in which the food is heated to less than 100 degrees Celsius. This can be used to destroy enzymes and relatively heat-sensitive microorganisms. Pasteurization is intended to inactivate vegetative cells, not the spores of all the pathogenic bacteria, only the vegetative cells. This is used to extend the shelf life food by several days, for example, milk. The next thermal processing method is sterilization. This is heat processing at high temperature, above 100 degrees Celsius, with the objective of destroying all forms of microorganisms, including their spores. This is generally referred as canning or retorting. This is invented by the Frenchman Nicolas Appert in 1809. Sometimes this is referred to as appetization. Thermal processing or canning is a means of achieving long-term microbiological stability without the use of refrigeration by heating the food in hermetically sealed containers to render the contents of the containers sterile. So, canning is heat processing or sterilization of food products packed in sealed containers. So, this helps in achieving long-term microbiological stability for non-dried foods without the use of refrigeration. The food is prolongedly heated in hermetically sealed containers like cans and retortable pouches, which can render the contents of the container sterile. The packaging material used for thermal processing are glass containers, metal containers, rigid plastic containers, and retortable pouches. Same like a tin plate, tin-free steel, aluminum alloys, retort pouch, glass containers, etc. are used for thermal processing. The most common material for manufacturing containers of fish products are tin plate, aluminum, and lacquered steel plate. Coming to retort pouches are containers made of 2, 3, or 4 ply materials, which when fully sealed will act as a hermetically sealed container. This can be heat processed at a similar temperature and pressure as in the case of metal containers. The most common retort pouch is a 3-layered laminate, which has a polyester layer. This will help in providing strength and abrasion resistance. A middle aluminum foil for providing barrier against moisture, gases, and light. Then a polypropylene or a polyethylene layer for heat sealing property. Okay, there are many ready-to-eat fish products which are shell-stable and they are processed at high temperatures. The containers used can be metal cans, retortable pouches, and multi-layered rigid containers. The shelf life of such ready-to-eat fish products are 2 to 3 years at room temperature, and it is highly economical. This is some of the retort pouch products standardized by CIFT, and this is a technology transfer. Another method is ultra-high temperature processing. This is also known as high temperature short time processing or ultra heat treatment or ultra high temperature treatment. The sterilization of food by heating it for an extremely short period, like around 1 to 2 seconds at a temperature exceeding 35 degrees Celsius. The most common UHT product is milk. This is applied mostly to liquid products because of the fact that high temperature of processing imparts much greater heat than the center, leading to surface overcook and the related quality problems. This can be applied for fish soup, fish sauce, etc. The next category is extruded products. Extruded products are made by incorporating fish mince with the cereal flours to obtain a nutrient-rich, delicious snack. The shelf life of extruded products are 6 to 9 months. This is a extruded prawn-based snack. The technology has already been transferred. This is developed by CIFT. Next category is cured and dried fish products. So these salted, dried, and smoked fish products comes under this category. Traditionally, the fishes are dried in a very unhygienic way in beaches. and the products ultimately fetches a very low price in the market. Now CAFT has developed hybrid solar fish dryers with alternate energy backup like LPG or electricity. So the drying can be continued even during unfavorable weather conditions. That's the beauty of it. This is a dry fish kiosk developed by CIFT. Then there are smoked fish products. Smoking can be at high temperature like 70 to 80 degrees Celsius. Smoking, or it can be done at 28 to 32 degrees Celsius, which is known as cold smoking. Then fish pickles or marinated products are there. Nowadays they are in great demand. They offer extended shelf life under normal room temperature. The trimmings from processing can be used for production of pickles and marinated products. They can be packed in glass bottles and flexible packaging. This is a pickle developed by CIFT. Then we have seen that there are many conventional fish processing methods are there. Then many methods like low temperature and high temperature methods. But nowadays consumers demand products with minimum loss in nutritional and sensory quality. So now there are many non-thermal processing methods for preserving fish. One is high pressure processing. High pressure processing is also known as high hydrostatic pressure or ultra high pressure. It's a non-thermal cold pasteurization technique. In this, the food which is previously sealed in flexible and water resistant packaging to a high level of hydrostatic pressure, up to 600 megapascal or 87,000 psi for a few seconds to a few minutes. So it is the same effect as subjecting the food to an ocean depth of 60 kilometers, if such a depth exists. So 100 megapascal means this is equal to a pressure if two elephants weighing 1 ton stands on a 10 paisa coin. So why the high pressure processing, and can we use high pressure processing for processing all foods? So the application of high pressure can lead to inactivation of parasites, plant cells, vegetative microorganisms, fungal spores, many foodborne viruses. Enzymes are also selectively inactivated. Macromolecules can change conformation. Small molecules are generally unaffected by high pressure processing. But high pressure processing is not suitable for solid foods with air included, packaged food in completely rigid packaging, and also for foods with a very low water content like a dry fruit. So this is a diagram of operation of an HPP unit: product loading, vessel pre-filling, then pressurizing, then the product is unloaded. These are HPP machines. There are vertical and horizontal machines, but the trend is towards horizontal machines. These are some of the HPP commercial products. The major applications in seafood includes cold post-packaging pasteurization, and it's also used for mollusk shucking and crustacean meat extraction. In this, the lobster shell is removed by high pressure application. Another non-thermal processing technique is pulse electric field processing. This is a very efficient processing technique. In this, short high voltage pulses are used. This can be used for inactivation of spoilage and pathogenic microorganisms in various food products. The food material is placed between electrodes and the pulse frequency time is 10 to 10,000 microseconds. The microbial inactivation is achieved by dielectric breakdown of the bacterial membrane. Another technique is pulse light preservation technique. This is an emerging non-thermal processing technique. This can be used as an alternative to continuous ultraviolet treatments for solid and liquid foods. This consists of successive repetition of high power pulses of light or short time high peak pulses of broad spectrum white light. The light spectrum include wavelengths from 180 to 1100 nanometer with a considerable amount of light in the short wave UV spectrum. The intensity is 22 times that of sunlight at sea level. This is the pulse light equipment of CIFT. It has a sterilization unit. The sample is placed below the xenon lamp inside this chamber for treatment. Then it has a blower. This will purify the air inside the sterilization unit and a cooling effect for the lamp. This will increase the life of the xenon lamp. Then there is a pulse generator. The electrical energy is converted in pulses of broad spectrum light. Then there is microwave processing. Conventional water treatment. This is very unstable. This must be generated on site and can be used. This is only slightly soluble in water. The picture shows the ozone treated meat. The first one is the control. The second one is a water washed meat, and the third one is the ozone washed meat. 8 ppm is the level for 1 minute. The ozone treatment could reduce 97% of equal. There was no significant differences in the sensory color and texture after ozone. Another technique is radiation. Food irradiation is the treatment of food using ionizing radiations like gamma rays, electron beams, and X-rays. Irradiation breaks chemical bonds, which kills microorganisms, insects, and inhibits ripening in fruits without generating. So the food processed by ionizing radiation are required to have either treated with irradiation or treated by irradiation displayed prominently on the label. Radura, the irradiation symbol must also. Another technique is irradiation. This is treatment of food using ionizing radiations like gamma rays, electron beams, and X-rays. The irradiation breaks chemical bonds with microorganisms, insects, and inhibits ripening in fruits without generating heat. There are some labeling requirements for irradiated food. The irradiated foods need to have either treated with irradiation or treated by irradiation label displayed prominently. Also, there should be radura or the irradiation symbol must be displayed. Coming to hurdle technology. Hurdle technology is the integration of different barriers to prolong the initial quality of the food. Application of this concept, this is also known as a combination process or barrier technology. In food preserved by hurdle technology, there is a possibility that different hurdles will not just have an additive effect, but it can act synergistically on the stability of the food. So hurdle technology is nothing but this is a combination of barriers or a combination of different preservation techniques. So there can be different types of hurdles like physico-thermal, physicochemical or microbiological or packaging or miscellaneous hurdles. Physico-thermal hurdles includes pasteurization like heat, high temperature techniques like pasteurization, blanching, etc. Physicochemical, it can be the water activity, pH, redox potential. Microbiological hurdle can be inclusion of bacteriocins, antibiotics. Packaging hurdles can be an active packaging, an aseptic packaging. Coming to fishery-based generation, as you all know, the seafood processing generates a significant amount of waste. So the table shows the waste generated during processing of different fish and shellfish products. The shrimp processing generates around 50% of waste, fish fillet 65%, fish steak processing generates 30% waste, whole and gutted fish generate 10% waste. So this waste can be utilized effectively. The waste can be used for if different products can be prepared from seafood waste, like fish meal, fish oil, then PUFA can be extracted from different waste materials. Then fish feed can be prepared from silage. Then fertilizers or animal feed can be prepared from silage and fish waste. Then agricultural products like fertilizers, plant boosters, then fish skin, leather, chitin, chitosan and its derivatives from the crustacean and molluscan shell waste. Then there are different medicinal and biofunctional products can be extracted from shellfish like glucosamine hydrochloride, carboxymethyl chitosan, etc. These are some of the chitosan-based products like a chitone. This is an anti-fat formula. Then chitosan gauze. Then moisture-resistant chitosan film. Then we have also developed an antimicrobial chitosan film. There are many different antimicrobial, antioxidant films based on chitosan, gelatin, etc. have been developed in CIFT. This has been incorporated with the different natural and synthetic preservatives. The natural preservative incorporated include ginger essential oil, rosemary essential oil, etc. They have shown good antimicrobial and antioxidant properties. These kind of films can extend the shelf life of the seafood packaged in it without harming the health of or without risking the consumer's health. We have also developed hand sanitizers from chitosan. This is a succinyl chitosan based hydroalcohol hand sanitizer. We also extracted collagen, gelatin, and its derivatives from different fish parts like a fish frame, fish skin, etc. Then these are biscuits added with collagen peptide extracted from fishery waste. Hydroxyapatite has extracted from fish scale. Then fish calcium. This is encapsulated fish calcium. Then calcitone. This product is now commercially available through Permacare as calcitone. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Okay, good afternoon to all. I am Lalu PN Kuti, DGM NABARD, Kerala Regional Office. I am handling a session on food processing fund, and we have arranged the session in such a sequence. First, we will have an overview on the food processing sector. Then we will look at the present status and potential of the sector. Then we will look at the schemes of Government of India and NABARD, and also in particular the food processing fund scheme of NABARD, and also the projects which are all assisted under food processing fund, and the various schemes under Prime Minister Atmanirbhar Bharat for the sector. Now, the food processing sector, if you see, India has been a nation which is self-reliant in agriculture. Over the years, we have been becoming very much reliant in that particular field. And the policy, if you see, it has been shifting from attaining a self-sufficiency to generating higher and stable income for the farming population. It is, of course, a sunrise sector, and it helps in promoting linkages and synergies between two pillars of the economy, that is agriculture and industry. Now, if you see the potential, there is a huge potential for value addition of the farm output, and also to create alternate employment opportunities and improve the export earnings and also strengthen the domestic supply chain. Now, what are the types of food processing? Basically, it can be classified into three, that is primary processing, secondary processing, and tertiary processing. Primary processing is basically the kind of activities which are like drying, threshing, cleaning, grading, packing, sorting, and all these things which are not adding any value, but it is consumption ready. That is primary processing. When it comes to secondary processing, basically we are creating some value addition. So like bread, wine, sausages, etc. That is an example for secondary processing. And tertiary processing is a large-scale commercial production of ready-to-eat food items. Now, what is the position and potential of India when we compare to the other countries? So, basically, we have around 11.2% of the total arable land. And we are first in terms of milk, pulses and jute production. Second in terms of fruits and vegetables and fish. Third in terms of cereals and egg. And fifth in terms of meat. And sixth in terms of largest food and grocery market. That is the very substantial share, you can say, in the global scenario. And if you see the evolution of global food demand versus the market, you look at the position where India is located is right now, we are in a mass market segment where we are basically into a dairy, meat, fresh fruit, fruits, juice, beverage in that area only. That is the limit of our food processing kind of capability as of now. But more Western and developed nations, if you see like Eastern Europe, they have moved into the convenience food, snacks and prepared meals. And North America, Japan, Western Europe, Australia, they have moved into the diet, functional and organic food category. So, like if you see map the indicators, what is the market like? One is kind of a surviving market where it is carbohydrate and staples like what is in Africa presently. Second is the mass market. Then third is the convenience food service, snacking and hygiene. And last is the high technology. So there is ample scope for our country to move into the higher segments in terms of food processing. If you look at the share of manufacturing of processed food, beverages and tobacco in manufacturing GVA, that is gross value added, and the total GVA, this is the position. So you can see in comparison to other countries, what is our position. This is not the latest figures. Of course, this is from the RBI bulletin of 2020. So you see 1.7 is our GVA and in terms of manufacturing, it is 9.7. Now, this is one of the very key, slides which you can see in any of the food processing fund or any of the food processing related presentations, because this is the basic reason why we should go for food processing. It is a wastage. So the kind of wastage that is happening in our country is among the highest, you can say. You can see among the commodities or across the commodities, you can see there is a lot of wastage that is happening. In terms of the percentage of production, if you see, this is the main reason why we should go for scientific food processing. Now, this we have already discussed. This is contribution to the economy. If you see the share in the total value added in terms of GVA, it is 1.4%. Share in manufacturing value added 7.9%, and the proportion to agricultural value added 9.5%. Now, when we see what is where this sector is really working, is very few units are in the formal sector, say around 39,000 odd units are in the organized sector, whereas around 25 lakh units are in the unincorporated enterprises. So basically, it is an informal, traditional way of food processing what is practiced in the country. Whereas when you see the number of people employed in this is 17.7 lakhs and generation of employment is 11.4%. And in the unorganized sector, it is 51 lakhs and employment generated to the tune of 14.2%. So when we can also see that the overall share of the processed food in total agriculture produce is 10% in 17-18. So this target of Government of India is to increase this share to at least 25% by 2025. So this is the potential what we are talking about. And in terms of export, we are right now 12% of the total output, and the share in the total manufacturing export is hardly 4.5%. So only in one item, say for example, we are ranking first in the export of processed and preserved fish products, and also grain milk products, processed fish and meat products. That is highest also per unit value. Now, what are the initiatives that our Reserve Bank of India, Government of India has taken for this food processing industries? From the credit side, if you see, this food and agro processing has been taken up under priority sector lending up to a limit of 100 crore per borrower, which is classified under agriculture ancillary service. And also agri-infra and loan to MSME involved in food processing also is categorized under priority sector lending. So basically, this priority sector lending is a target which the banks have to achieve. So this is an incentive to the bankers for enhancing the credit requirements or enhancing the loan to the food processing unit. So it is a kind of a win-win situation for the bankers to achieve their priority sector lending targets, as well as for the food processing sector as a whole. There is more credit from the formal financial system. Now, under food processing fund, the corpus created in 2014-15 by Government of India is 2,000 crores, which is a perpetual fund. It is pulled from the shortfall by the scheduled commercial banks. It is vested with NABARD for setting up notified designated food parks and establishing food processing units. Also, PM Kisan Sampada Yojana, where an allocation of 6,000 crore is there. The period of implementation is from 2020, implemented by MOFP, and also various new schemes which have been introduced under Prime Minister Atmanirbhar Bharat, which we will discuss subsequently. Now, schemes under Sampada, if you see, mega food parks, integrated cold chain and value addition infrastructure, creation, expansion of food processing and preservation capacity, infrastructure of agro-processing clusters, creation of backward and forward linkages, food safety and quality assurance infrastructure, human resources and institution, and also the recently introduced Operation Greens. So all these comes under this. Now, when we look at the various schemes and also what is the pattern of assistance or the implementing agency, Mega Food Park scheme, there is a maximum of 50% of the eligible project cost in general areas and 75% in northeast areas and difficult areas, subject to a maximum 50 crores. A special purpose vehicle is the implementing agency, and specialty or rather the components are supply chain including collection centers, primary processing centers, central processing center and a cold chain infrastructure. This is eligible under food processing fund. Now, agro processing cluster, here the maximum eligibility is 35% in general area and 50% in northeast and difficult areas, subject to a maximum of 10 crores. And implementing agency can be government, PSUs, JVs, NGOs, cooperative, SHGs, FPOs, private sector, or individuals. Here also basic enabling infrastructure and the core infrastructure and minimum 5 food processing units with a minimum investment of rupees 25 crores units to be set up along with the common infrastructure. Also the scheme where maximum CFPPC, a maximum of 35% in terms of the plant and machinery and technical civil work, subject to a maximum of 5 crores. So we'll move on to the description of the scheme. Integrated cold chain and value addition infrastructure, creation of backward and forward linkages, and food safety and quality assurance. I will restrict my discussion to schemes which are directly implemented by NABARD, and the other things, of course, you can have a detailed literature is available in the PowerPoint. So certain things we will just rush through. So what is the role of NABARD in promoting food processing sector in food processing fund? The eligible entity already we have discussed in the scheme, Mega Food Park scheme. So state governments, entities promoted by state governments and Government of India, joint ventures, special purpose vehicle, cooperatives, federations of cooperatives, farmer producer organizations, corporates, companies, entrepreneurs, etc. Now, what are the eligible activities? Designated and notified food parks, that is mega food parks and agro processing clusters and units in the designated food parks. So as far as progress is concerned, we have so far sanctioned 612.97 crore and disbursement of 363.50 crores. Now, what are the terms and conditions of this finance that is available under food processing fund? If it is a state government and entities promoted by state government with a government guarantee, maximum quantum of loan that is eligible, 95% to the project outlay, 95% of the project outlay. 7 years including 2 years moratorium, that is the tenure of the loan, and rate of interest is as decided by RBI from time to time. Presently it is on line with RDF lending, that is 2.75%. So this is for state governments and entities promoted by state governments with the government guarantee. Now, as far as entities promoted by state governments without government guarantee, we can give up to 95% of the project outlay as loan with a tenure of 7 years. Of course, that will be under a PLR regime, that is a primary lending rate, plus a risk premium of which varies between 0.1 to 0.3 percentage. So presently it is can hover around 6.8%. Others, to the other categories, it is 75% of the eligible project outlay as loan, the tenure of 7 years, and it is also PLR plus risk premium. Here, of course, the PLR keeps on changing. The present rate is 5.8 right now. It is not 6.8. What is mentioned is the earlier rate. So presently, it is 5.8%. That keeps on varying, of course, as per the market situations. Now, under FPF, we have been lending to various state governments, and for example, Kerala, Manipur, then state government-owned entities in Punjab and Haryana, and special purpose vehicle around 5 in Gujarat, Bihar, Himachal Pradesh, Madhya Pradesh, Chhattisgarh, and private limited companies around 4 we have supported, partnership firms and also limited liability partnership. Activities, we have so far financed 12 mega food parks and 4 agro-processing cluster and 7 individual units. We have covered around 15 states, including northeastern states of Assam and Manipur, difficult areas, that is Himalayan states of Himachal Pradesh and Uttarakhand, and state notified ITBP areas. The capacity which has been created under FPF so far is 770.49 in terms of area, and in terms of warehouses, is 1,63,500 metric tons and 57,210 tons of cold storages, and of course freezer and pre-cooler, IQF, silo, storing and sorting and grading, ripening capacity, and also pulping and aseptic packaging. So these are the various activities or rather components which have been already supported under this FPF, or rather capacity which has been created in the designated food parks with NABARD assistance. Now the scheme we have already touched upon earlier, the mega food park scheme. If you see, it is basically objective is to create infrastructure facility for food processing along the value chain from the farm to market. It has typically a central processing sector, which is central processing center, which basically caters to the common infrastructure requirements of the mega food park in terms of packaging, processing, environmental protection system, quality control, facilitation center, etc. The land requirement varies between 50 to 100 acres. Then we have the primary processing center and collection centers in the like a hub and spoke model in the identified location to meet the raw material requirement for the central processing center. Each project may have around 25 to 30 food processing units. This is a typical size, and it creates direct and indirect employment of about 5,000 persons and benefits around 25,000 farmers. Also, there is a standard factory shed and MSW shed which is created in the mega food park, which are built on a maximum of 10% of the CPC, central processing center. Now, this is a typical layout, or you can say a kind of a diagram which represents what are the linkage between the various components. Say from the villages, it is coming to the collection center, then it goes to the primary processing center. From there, it goes to the central processing center. So this is how the whole scheme of mega food park is raised. Now, components, as I already said, we have land, then core processing facilities. At least 25% of the TFO is designated for that. Factory buildings, then basic infrastructure. Then there is some non-core infrastructure also, where we have the admin building, canteen, office, etc. Now, what are the facilities? We have seen in the earlier slide where capacity which has been created, same components, IQF, warehouse, ripening chamber, sorting and grading, frozen stores, cold storage, boilers, reefer vans, irradiation facilities. So this is a typical, kind of these that goes on in a PPC and collection center, primary processing center and collection center. Pattern of assistance we have already discussed. These are the location where it is operational and under implementation. 37 mega food parks which are sanctioned by MOFP, Ministry of Food Processing Industries. In Kerala, it is Alappuzha Palakkad, which is under implementation. Projects supported in Kerala, for example, an establishment of a mega food park in Palakkad, Infra Food Park, which is supported by NABARD's term loan assistance of 28.34 crores. It was sanctioned during 2015-16. There we have created a capacity of 4,500 metric ton cold storage and 12,000 metric tons of dry warehouse, pack house of 10 metric ton per hour, ripening chamber of 120 metric ton, spice processing of 15 TPD tons per day, and quality control lab. So this has been fully utilized, and the project was commissioned during 2021, and around 29-30 units are already started functioning in the mega food park in Palakkad. Then we have also financed ISAF Swashraya Multi-State Agro-Cooperative Society Limited at Infra Mega Food Park. The term loan assistance of 10 crores. It is just in the initial stages, it is yet to take up. Then when we come to the scheme for creation of infrastructure for agro-processing clusters, basically the objective is to create modern infrastructure for food processing closer to production areas, to provide integrated and complete preservation infrastructure facilities from the farm gate to the consumer, to create effective backward and forward linkage by linking groups of producers, farmers to the processors and markets to well-equipped supply chain. So here also the eligible entities remain the same, the government departments, public sector units, joint ventures, NGOs, cooperatives. Roads, and at least 10 acres of land for the project, and direct and indirect benefit to about 500 to 1,500 persons. This we have already discussed about the pattern of assistance, 35% to eligible project cost in general area, 50% in northeastern difficult areas. Now these are the agro-processing clusters which have been sanctioned by MOFP, 57 across the states. In Kerala it is in Wayanad and Ernakulam. Now let us look at the scheme for integrated cold chain and value addition infrastructure. So here it is, the scheme is basically envisaged to provide integrated cold chain, preservation and value addition infrastructure from the farm gate to the consumer. Eligible organization more or less is the same. Component, when we talk about the components, at the farm level, the infrastructure that is created like integrated pack house, ripening chamber, cold storage unit, controlled atmospheric storage, frozen storage, deep freezers, milk chilling, bulk milk cooling, poultry, so many items that are required for a cold chain. So all these are covered under this. Then comes the distribution hub. This shall have a modern multi-product, multi-temperature cold storage. Then of course the reefer vans, refrigerated trucks, mobile insulated tankers, and irradiation facility to avail the scheme assistance under this scheme. The applicant will have to set up farm level infrastructure and any one or both of the components under distribution hub and refrigerated van. So the earlier two components should be essentially there for availing this irradiation facility. On the pattern of assistance we have already discussed. And for irradiation facility, the grant and aid will be provided at 50% for general area and 75% for northeastern states, Himalayan states, islands and ITDP areas. And the maximum grant and aid under this project is 10 crore per project. Now, that brings us to the close of our schemes, or rather schemes which are directly implemented by NABARD. Now, of course, recently under Atmanirbhar Bharat, a lot of new schemes have been launched to boost the food processing sector. We'll just have a quick look at those schemes as well. This is formalization of micro food enterprises. I said in the initial stages that when we saw the the breakup of units which are working in the food processing industry, we saw that the major chunk or most of the units are in informal sector. So with a view to bringing them under formal sector, this PMFME is launched. Then comes the Agriculture Infrastructure Fund, and also we have Operation Greens, that is top to total, that is tomato, onion, potato. Those are the three main commodities, now moving to a total kind of scenario. And Animal Husbandry Infrastructure Development Fund, AHIDF. So these are the four broad schemes which are playing in this. So when we look at the PMFME, the aim is to modernize and enhance competitiveness of existing micro enterprises to ensure their transition to formal sector. So there is an outlay of 10,000 crore for 5 years from 2021 to 24-25, and it is expected to cover around 2 lakh enterprises. And micro units, the 35% of the eligible project cost with a ceiling of rupees 10 lakhs. That is the benefit. Beneficiary contribution will be minimum 10% and balanced through formal bank credit. And support for FPOs, SHGs and cooperatives. A seed capital to SHGs at the rate of 4 lakh per SHG for loan to members for working capital and small tools, and grant as well as hand-holding support. This is the what is envisaged under the scheme. Now coming to Agriculture Infrastructure Fund, this is basically to make the farmers self-reliant, and in the medium long-term debt financing facility for investing in viable projects for post-harvest management, infrastructure and community farming. That is the objective of Agriculture Infrastructure Fund. It's a central sector scheme with 1 lakh crore of corpus, and there are various levels there are various committees which has been formed for monitoring of the scheme at the district level, at the state level, and also at the central level. And the scheme is for 10 years from 2020 to 2029. The support is in terms of interest subvention to the tune of 3% per annum up to a limit of rupees 2 crores for a project for a maximum period of 7 years. The credit guarantee for eligible borrowers, a credit guarantee fund trust for micro and small enterprises CGTMSE scheme for a loan up to 2 crores. That is also envisaged under this. Now, looking at Operation Greens, it is basically to protect the growers of fruits and vegetables from making distress sale due to lockdown and reduce the post-harvest losses. The eligible entities here are food processors, FPO, FPC, cooperative societies, individual farmers, licensed commission agents, exporters, state marketing and cooperative federation, retailers, etc. So here, this was basically launched for a period of 6 months, so up to from the date of notification. So implementation period is already over, and the support was to the extent of 50% of the cost of the following two components. So we will not go into much details on this. AHIDF, again, the aim is for investment incentivization to leverage 7 times the private investment, motivate the farmers to invest more on inputs, thereby driving higher productivity, leading to increase in farmers' income. Now, when we talk about eligible entities, they are farmer producer organizations, MSMEs, Section 8 companies, private companies, and individual entrepreneurs with minimum 10% margin money contribution by them. Incentivization of investments in establishment of infrastructure for dairy and meat processing and value addition infrastructure and establishment of animal feed plant in the private sector. So those are the salient features. Corpus is 15,000 crores. Support is in terms of, again, interest subvention by Government of India, 3% to eligible beneficiaries, a 2 years moratorium period for the principal loan amount, and 6 years repayment period thereafter. So 6 plus 2, 8 years total repayment period. And the Government of India would also set up a credit guarantee fund of Rs 750 crore to be managed by NABARD. The guarantee coverage would be up to 25% of the credit facility that is availed by the borrower. These are the is under HIDF. So for any further queries or any specific inquiries, you can contact our NABARD Kerala Regional Office situated at Bunnan Road, Statue, Trivandrum. You can note down our mail ID, that is trivandrum@nabard.org, all in small letters. The T is also in small. Telephone number also you can note down. And you are welcome to call us on any related matters. Thank you.
Recording started. Hello everyone, this is Amol Mind here, DGM Marketing, Goma Engineering. Okay, we are a Mumbai-based company catering for food processing machinery manufacturing. For presenting about ourselves, we have prepared one small presentation. So I will straight away go with the presentation. Starting the presentation of Goma Group of Companies. This is the first slide. Basically, we are doing complete projects for dairy, ice cream, fruit juice, and beverage industry. You can see the various sectors which we are catering. At the left side, you can see milk and milk product manufacturing up to 10 lakhs liter per day. Then for fruit juice and beverage line, we are doing up to 50,000 liters per hour. Then ice cream line, we have catered up to 50,000 liters per day. And then byproduct section like yogurt, paneer, cheese, and butter lines, we have done up to 100,000 liters per day. About the Goma Group has started from 1980, almost 30 years back we have started. Our chairman, Mr. K.M. Gusrani, has started this company in Thane, nearby Mumbai. We are catering to various industries like food processing industries, chemical, pharma, and in our second division, high pressure pump division, we are catering to oil industry and cement industry and chemical industry. About the food processing industry, we are catering for dairy, ice cream, beverage and fruit processing. You can see various lines we are covering in dairy like pasteurized milk, curd, paneer, cheese, butter manufacturing and ice cream manufacturing sections we are doing it. For beverages, we are catering for various lines like fruit juice manufacturing lines and carbonated soft drink lines, carbonated fruit drink lines, energy drinks, others. And for fruit processing, we are doing for a complete line for fruit pulp processing, ketchup, puree, sauces, and various other lines of fruit processing. As I already mentioned, we have another division called high pressure pump division where we are catering to oil and other industries. So we are catering to ONGC, Oil India, and Reliance, especially to that particular division. Goma is one of the first company to start homogenizer manufacturing in India. Before us, no other Indian company has entered in this field, and we have started from 1982. We have developed the homogenizer indigenously and given to NDDB, National Dairy Development Board, and they have given their guidance and suggestions to us. And then we have given all our equipments to these giants like Amul, Heritage, Pepsi, and others. On the next slide, we can see Goma infrastructure. Basically, we have got our 4 factories in India. The main factory is at Wada, nearby Mumbai, where we have got our manufacturing facilities as well as R&D center is also there in-house, where we are taking the trials for various products for customers. And at Vapi, we have got the process-related and automation-related factory. And there we are manufacturing the process lines as well as the equipments for food processing. At Surat, this is especially for exports. We are doing exports to cover till date. We have covered around 45 countries. So that export has been done through the Surat factory. At Pune, we have got the complete range of fabrication items, manufacturing things. So fabrication facility is there at Pune. That is a very prominent area, MIDC Bhosri. Then overseas, we have got 2 offices. One is at Middle East, Dubai, and we have got the company called Goma Middle East over there. You can see at the left bottom side, you can see the photo, Goma Middle East is at Dubai. And at Kenya, we have got the office for catering to African countries. We have got sales and service, complete support is there for these countries. Then there is a upcoming corporate office there of 55, nearly 55,000 square feet area in Thane only, and one more unit is coming nearby Umargaon in Gujarat. That is up to 1 lakh square feet. It's a huge manufacturing unit which we are that will be, I think, started within 1 year. But since all people are connected with this particular industry, so there are some data which we want to share. You can see as per the data which we have received, this is one of the largest sector in worldwide and expected to reach by 535 billion USD by the year 2025-26, and almost 9 million jobs will be generated. There are many dairy technology institutes, food technology institutes, and veterinary, and as well as other particular institutes are there where many people are taking joining this particular field, and very experienced technocrats are there. In worldwide, there is a huge demand for Indian food technologies for this particular sector. Then by 2030, naturally, this particular annual household consumption will be expected to triple. So this is the data which we have got it from Statistica. And in next slide, I will cover the details. This is about the fruit processing industry. Food processing industry, naturally, there are various verticals like juice manufacturing, pulp, canned juices, then dehydrated products, jam, jelly, pickles, like that. You can see the right side figures. In 2017, it was 6,448 USD, and it is expected in 2022 up to 8669. So it's a very huge growth. We can say around more than 20%. So naturally, in lockdown period also, the inquiries and everything has got increased. By that also, we can gauge that this will be a really growing sector, food processing as well as the pharma sector. This is about the beverage processing industry. As per the global beverage market size is actually 33.92 billion USD. It was in 2018, and it is expected to be that is the growth will be 6.2%. Okay, and like that you can see fruit juices and drinks. Basically, there are the market requirement is there for value addition drinks like. Can say protein drinks are there, vitamin drinks are there, and that particular sector is also growing. Naturally, in India, that sector is there, but it has started very slow. But now, within these 2 years, we can say since health consciousness is increasing, so people are going more and more in that sector. Like iced tea is also one of the good things, which is likely by most of the youth consumer. This is about the milk processing industry. About the milk processing industry, you can see the growth 2018 10%, and it is expected to be 80% in 2026. Naturally, one of the growing sector as far as milk is concerned and milk byproducts are concerned, because earlier milk production was huge, everything is there, but the conversion to milk byproduct was very less. But now in every part of India, conversion of byproducts is increased, and that is a very good sign that people are becoming more and more health conscious, and they require protein based drink and other products. So like that, the demand is increasing. This is about the present and future opportunities. You can see, as we all know, India is the largest producer of milk in the world. Okay, but when we say largest producer, about the processing, we are, if I am not wrong, it is almost 10th or 12th. So like that, we should concentrate on processing also much more. And in coming years, it will be seen. Then we are the second largest producer of fruit and vegetable. Yes, mango, we can say huge share is there. About the Indian food and grocery market, we are the sixth largest. These are the figures which we have got from Statistica, and this we know very well, but we should utilize this particular production in processing. That's what we want to say. These are the factors affecting growth of food industry. First is growing of population. We all know that is our strength since the customer base is increasing, and more demand is there, which we have already mentioned in last slide. That value-added product demand is much more, like yogurt, then ghee also. There is flavored ghee, basically a banana flavor or any other flavor. The flavored ghee demand is also there. Then cheese, various varieties of cheese. Earlier, before 4 5 years, typically 3 to 4 types of cheese were there in India, but now various cheese varieties are there from all over the world that are there in India. And energy drinks, this is also one of the great market which we are seeing from last 3 years, and still it will within this next 5 years this will be a boom for our industry. Then there are schemes. Yes, government schemes are very nice. First of all, Make in India movement. It's a huge movement, and they're encouraging the new startup basically by producing in-house manufacturing. And we earlier, before 3 4 years, we were importing many items from outside, but now that are easily available in India in various regions. So that is one of the strengths we can say. Then changing in lifestyle patterns, yes, fast food culture is there. We all know that from last many years we are experiencing it. Even in A cities, B cities, and C cities, everywhere fast food culture has increased. So naturally, that is so demand of value-added drinks like protein drinks, vitamin drinks is increased. And second sector is vegan foods. Yes, the vegan mass is increasing, and there is a lot of demand for vegan products like oat milk, coconut milk, and almond milk. So naturally, that sector is also increasing. Now, this is the most important slide: why one should enter food industry. Naturally, as we have discussed, increase in population reflects the demand. So that is there. In lockdown period or in COVID situation also, we have seen that the two industries like food industry as well as the pharma industry were working very nicely. Although the shops and everywhere that distribution channel was disturbed, but then also it was not completely closed. At least 40 to 50% catering was there. So this is one of the good sign. And naturally, there are schemes from the government like exemption is there, 100% income tax exemption is there on profit for the first 5 years. Thereafter, 25% relaxation is there. So these are the schemes where entrepreneurs are getting boosted. Then Startup India, this is also one of the good things where the subsidies are availed. That is for 25 to 35% subsidies on the basis of project cost. It has been given up to 5 crores, and in various regions there are grants also given by the governments. So that are also boosting this particular area very well. These are the government initiatives. We all know mega food parks are coming from last 4 to 5 years very well. So we have got the data around 41 mega food parks are there, government funded, and out of which 22 are already operational and 19 are in progress. So we have listed some of the food park where we have catered. So you can see Srini Mega Food Park is there, Himalayan Mega Food Park is there, Paitan Mega Food Park, Gujarat Agro Mega Food Park, and the Patanjali Food and Herbal Park. These are some of the food park we have listed. About the post-COVID situation, what we are saying, that most important thing is, I will give you the example of paneer. Earlier, paneer people used to buy loose paneer much more because the tendency was fresh paneer will be there with that. But nowadays, after COVID situation, even if it is fresh or something, no one wants to buy the loose paneer. Everyone requires a packed product. So naturally, vacuum packed paneer is getting more demand. So like that, each and every product, like we require the perfect hygiene for the product. So like that, the market is increasing, and people wants complete safety of the product, hygiene of the product, and long shelf life. Basically, like for milk, we have the shelf life of around 2 to 3 days, but the demand is there for increase shelf life up to 30 days, 90 days, 6 months. So for that we have the solutions like UHT sterilizer is there. So like that, there are many more inquiries for that particular sector also. These are about the changing habits after this COVID situation. Habits are changed. Instead of going to small shops and everything, people are used to go to supermarkets and have the standard product, packed product very well. Okay, and more demand is there for plant-based products. Okay, so naturally. There are this is the new sector where we have got various new inquiries, but they require the end product, but it should be plant based. So like that sector is also growing. About the best example is vegan food market. Okay, there's a demand for oat milk, coconut milk, animal milk, and other particular product like veg eggs, so that are also getting demands. This is one of the good thing which we have experienced in last year. There is huge demand for healthy food and immunity boosters drinks. Basically, like whatever the product people were doing, they're by doing amendments like some changes in the formulation and adding the more protein value or vitamin value. This immunity boosters or healthy food basically designing and the formulation has been taken place by various manufacturers, and the drinks like aloe vera drink, then amla, noni, that were on demand very much. Like you can say it is good for diabetic people, hypertension people, and cholesterol, which the people who are having high cholesterol. So it is very safe to have that particular product. And we have already experienced in our earlier pages also that this particular aloe vera based and amla based and noni based drinks are the best for the health conditions. This is Ayurvedic drinks, especially here we want to highlight ashwagandha, amla, and shatavari. We have got our various manufacturers who are doing such drinks, especially in combination with coconut as well as in combination with lemon drink, especially, so that it will boost the immunity system. And naturally, whenever we are saying immunity, naturally it related to all this what we have mentioned. The diabetes, then the blood pressure, and there are many things are there on which this particular medicines are getting effective. This sector, ready to eat products, naturally is getting very good demand. You can see the 5.4% CAGR is there. So naturally this particular increase will be marked very well. This is their ready to cook. Instant matar paneer, idli, upma, poha. Nowadays, working culture is there. Both the husband and wife are working, so naturally requires the instant foods, and that will be catered immediately. We have various brands who are catering these needs. So this market has just started from last 3 years or 4 years, but it will really boom in coming years. Around by whatever I can say, this market, the data is coming and people are doing various research in order to have various product instant based. So naturally this particular market will boom in coming years very well. Now about the Goma. Goma's role for this particular products which we have highlighted, like then the vegan products and the value-added products. Whenever such products are there, these are really new products, and the entrepreneur which are coming in this field, the most important thing is formulation. Okay, the formulation and the plant economics. So we have the team of techno experts from NDRI, from CFTRI, and various food processing industries in order to analyze the plant economics, okay, as well as the formulation for these new products. So we have the team, so we are supporting in that way. Then effective technology is there. If some technologies are required from foreign, we are importing it. Then about the potentiality of this market, because whenever we are selecting some product like almond milk, but almond milk can be catered very well in the city market. That is also in some of the regions. So like that, we have to do the survey and everything. For that also we have the team. Then when we get involved, we are providing our particular solution from concept to commissioning. So the entrepreneur will get the complete know-how, because what happens whenever he thinks anything, that I want to do some milk processing plant, and when the final product comes, in between there are so many factors like layout, the land selection, the layouting, the government approvals, the equipment selection, the formulation, the manpower requirement, then the service, and all other sort of factors are there. So we are taking care of all the factors. That is the most important thing which we are doing. About the service, food industry, as we all know very well, this is mostly unorganized sector. So small farmers are there who they are also setting up these dairies and other plants. So they cannot employ immediately the good skilled manpower. So if they require service, we should give them immediately. So we have got the full-fledged service department of 70 service engineers with us who are catering for complete India, and in overseas I already mentioned that we have got the complete sales and service support in Kenya and Dubai. So this is for fruit processing industry. As I already mentioned, for fruit processing industry, we have catered to various brands like Patanjali, then Fruity, Coca-Cola, Pepsi, and we have the capabilities of doing the lines of 50,000 liter per hour, and this line which we are seeing 25,000 liter per hour, we have done it for DS drinks, and for Amul and for dairies, we are doing the complete lines for cheese and various sectors like yogurt and paneer lines. For dairy industry, you can see right side, this is the photograph of one of the food park. Okay, this is the complete plants of 2 lakhs liter per day, which we have done it. And in dairy industry, we have got the clients like Amul, Gokul, then Patanjali, Nestle, Britannia, and various other people like Heritage is also there. And we have set up till date 150 dairy plants. I will just correct it here. It is 5 lakhs liter per day. Oh, this is the client list of Goma. You can see some of the clients like Nestle is there. For Nestle dairies, we have supplied many machines. Then paperboard juice lines we have given. Then Patanjali, Coca-Cola, Parle Agro, FC, Rasna, Arun Ice Cream, Britannia, Dollar. This is the German flavor. Amul. Naturally, we are there from in there around 12 plants. Then Raw Pressery is there. This Rajdhani is Nepal brand, DS Group is there, Fresca, NDDB, Heritage, then Mother Dairy is there, Nova is there. So once again from Nepal cooperative, then Sunrise, and then Kamdenu and Pestenji, and last one right side you can see Samurai Dairy. This is the Japanese venture, which this is the first Japanese venture in India. For them also we have done the complete plan. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is about the presentation, what Goma is doing and what are the opportunities for this food processing industry. I want to highlight that there are more and more opportunities out there. First, you should analyze the product. You should do the market survey properly. Okay, not on the basis of just assumption. You should analyze the things very well in your wherever you want to set up the plant. You do the proper market survey, and accordingly you select the product and come to us. We will give you complete guidance. Thank you. And now I want to present some of these presentation for that is the video for some of the work which we have done. So I will be starting with the videos. Start the video.
unreported satisfied customers around the world. Therefore, it has become a synonym of trust. Quality products, technical excellence, and potent presence.
This is the food processing plant. This is the Amla processing plant which we have done it for Patanjali. You can see the Amla is getting washed and then inspection conveyor is there which is going. And now at right side you can see online blancher is there. You have to blanch the Amla before pulping. So you can see this is the continuous blancher is there. These all equipments are designed as per food standards. You can see the conveyor which will convey this particular amla to the pulper. This is the pulper where you can see the amla seeds will be taken in this particular bag, plastic bag, and this you can see the extruded amla. From here, through pump will be taken into tanks. Through pump will be there. This you can see seed out is there at one side. Here we can collect it, and from there it will go to the further process. So this is about the amla processing. Now next video is there for mango processing plant. This is the commercial line. This is the storage which you can see, and after that it will be washed, conveyed to the plant. These mangoes are conveyed to the main plant from outside because this particular shade the ripening takes place. Now in this particular plant you can see manual cutting is there. This is the fruit cutting section is there, and from there the cut fruit will be loaded on the conveyor. This will be fed to the conveyor. This is the inspection conveyor where defective fruits will be taken out. Then this is the pulper where all this cut fruit will be fed, and you can see this skin, and then that side pulp is there, and seed out is also there. So like that the pulper is there. This pulper is generally of two stage, fine and coarse. After this pulp has been taken out, this will be sterilized and then filled in this particular. There are two packaging methods, that is canning line. Second is aseptic pulping line. So depending on the market requirement, you can get the same. This is the deaerator with the sterilizer. This is the aseptic bag and barrel filler. This pulp will be filled in 200 kg bags, and this will be exported, or in India wherever requirement is there, can supply it. This is the storage. This is the second vertical which we have mentioned, canning line. So for canning line, we have to first prepare the cans. So these equipments are there for preparing the cans. And then this can will be fed to the filling line after sterilization. This is the flow which cans are coming. You can see steam will be applied there so that it will be sterilized. Then this filler is there. Can sizes are generally 1 kg, 3 kg, and 5 kg. Now, this is one more plant. This is the Tetra Pak filling, like fruity, complete line which we are given to Surat. They are producing thick juice. You can see this is the dumping tank where pulp will be dumped. This is the blending tank where mix will be prepared by adding pulp, sugar, syrup, and water. And then it will be homogenized. This is the homogenizer where it will be homogenized and then it will go to a storage tank. From there, it will be transferred to a sterilizer. This is the juice sterilizer where 120-degree temperature you can achieve it. And this is the complete automated module. You can set up the recipe, everything. And this capacity is 2000 liters per hour, matching to Tetra Pak filling machine. This is a side glass in order to ensure the product. From here, the product will go to a filling line straight away. There will not be any storage. At 25-degree, this product will go to the filling machine. So you can see this big filling machine. This you can see tetra juices manufactured, and then the straw will be applied. There is a straw applicator. This is the straw applicator. This can be packed boxes. So there are the videos, and there is one more video presentation is there. I'll just play it. Now we will be presenting for milk industry. This is the dairy which we have done nearby Pune. This is funded by Tata Group. This is 50,000 liter per day dairy plant with byproducts like curd, lassi, paneer, and buttermilk. This you can see the campus. We are highlighting this in order to show the space requirement also to the new entrepreneurs. This is the roller conveyor where cans will be conveyed. And then this will be dumped in the weigh bowl. Then directly it will be dumped in a dump tank. This is the weigh bowl, and this is the dump tank where milk will be dumped, and from here it will be cooled up to 4 degree by using this chiller. 35 to 4 degree it will be cooled, and straight away it will go to a storage tank. So this is the most important first step which generally all dairy brands takes. Whenever they receive the milk in cans, straight away or tankers, chiller will be used, and milk will be chilled up to 4 degree, and it will be stored. These are the various storage tanks which you can see. This is the most important process, that is pasteurization and homogenization. Pasteurization means increasing the temperature of milk up to 80 degree and cooling up to 4 degree, so that bacterial growth will be restricted. And in homogenizer, it avoids the rise of cream in milk, and it uniformly distributes the fat in the milk. So yellowishness and everything will be avoided. This is yogurt manufacturing. After this milk processing, the milk will be taken to the yogurt and will be again repasteurized for yogurt application and hold it for 10 minutes. You can see the pipelines and everything has been done as per FSSI rules, and in order to follow the SAP in future. This is lassi cooler. Lassi is basically a thick product, so naturally plate type coolers are not that much popular. So tubular cooler is given here, so that in order to handle the high TS lassi also. This is the cup filling machine. Here you can feel curd, yogurt, then lassi, and Shrikhand, that is most popular in the western part of India. This is automatic PLC-based system. This is crate washing some system is there. Then this is the most important system in dairy, that is CIP system, cleaning in place, where acid, alkali and hot water tank will be there. And before starting of the plant and after completion of the work, we have to do the CIP. If the flavor change is there, in between also we have to do the CIP. That will avoid the bacterial growth. Then now this is about the Patanjali. This is the Patanjali juice plant. Basically in Haridwar we have given. This is the largest plant I can say, one of the largest, 10,000 liters per hour. This is installed in Padartha Haridwar. These are the sugar syrup tanks. You can see these all platform and structures. We are designing it at site after installation of these equipments by considering the working space. These are the blending tanks where juice blend will be prepared by adding pulp, sugar syrup and water. Then this juice will be fed to the homogenizer. It will be homogenized in order to avoid the water separation and for giving good color. Then once again it will be stored in a blending tanks. You can see the quality of fermentation. Then most important process is pasteurization, that is sterilization in juice. So this you can see automatic sterilizer for bottle juice. This is the pasteurizer with having all the latest instrumentation, like flow meters are there, then sensors are there, then you can see PLC with HMI is there, and all the modern technology like CPM valves for differential pressure monitoring. This is the PET blow molding machine, and this is the filling machine. After blowing, this bottle will be fed to the filling machine. Then this will be filled. You can see this. This will be first washed and rinsed. Okay, so this is about the videos. I'll just so at the end, we want to highlight that we welcome all the new entrepreneurs as well as the existing entrepreneurs in this field. This food processing field is really a growing field. In after this COVID situation, also many people have experienced that food and pharma are the growing sectors, and these are in general language never-ending fields are there. So naturally, more and more opportunities is there, but the most important factor is a proper market survey, a proper market analysis with new product innovation is the key for the upcoming years. So we welcome all the new entrepreneurs as well as the existing entrepreneurs to give us the chance to serve you, and we are open for the question or queries. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Joseph, again. So, from Nepal side, let me give you very brief introduction about Nepal. As we all know, Nepal is a landlocked mountainous country. Nepal is the only landlocked country participating this meeting today. So, surrounded by India in east, west, and south, and China and north. And again, Nepal is a developing country, actually least developed country, having population of about 30 million people. Agriculture remains our main economic activity, employing more than 60% of population and producing only nearly 30% of GDP. Nepal has a goal to become a prosperous country and making happy people. This is what is our constitution's dream, to make people happy. So for this, agriculture sector need to modernize and mechanize to increase production and productivity. And we consider government, private, and cooperative three pillars as driving forces for the economy. Both, all three, government, private, and cooperative sector has also been considered as driving force for Nepal economic development. Nepal comprises three types of eco-climatic zones: high mountain on the north, and mountain areas in the middle, and southern plain Tarai plain area in the south bordering to India, which provides better climatic condition for rice, wheat, maize, millet, etc. And we can produce any kind of fruits and vegetable in the hill areas and also in the Tarai. So main export of Nepal has also been the agricultural product like tea, pulses, jute, gingers, juices like that. And main export are machinery and electronic goods, medicines, mainly from India. So this is how we have been doing. This is the brief about Nepal. Nepal's current policy is to modernize and mechanize agriculture sector, including agro-processing, modernize production technology, and improve the technical capability, modernizing harvesting practice and technologies, which is still we use the most of the primitive technology, and modernize the processing and preserving technologies, how to preserve after harvest, even harvest, how to preserve, how to store, how to handle, how to process, and modern packaging, which is really important for uh, yeah for this uh, generation. And also certification has become one of the most important uh, areas to be considered to create more trust among the people for the product. Mainly, currently, we have been using almost very, very less mechanized, less scientifically used. Mainly, the technologies that we have been using doesn't yield much, doesn't harvest much, and most importantly is the preservation. Because of modern technologies and preservation, we lost more than 30% of our product in process like harvesting, processing, and also storing, and all this. So these are the areas that we need to improve. For this, the program that is being organized by today, organized by your organization today, is really crucial and important for us. I think this can contribute a lot. We have very less food processing industries like mini rice mills and flour mills, almost in all the areas. Beaten rice mill, I don't know what you call the beaten rice. Some papad like things, cereal soups, germinated legume, oil mills, mainly from rapeseed and so on, noodles and dalmots like that, bread, biscuit, and roti, which is also need to be modernized to compete with the current industries and current technologies. If we go to our market, yeah, we are members of WTO and we cannot stop the import from any countries, any product. So for this also we need to improve our technologies, our industry's capacity and production and productivity. Similarly, on fruit and vegetable, we have dried product we produce, pickles, very traditional, candies and titaura, jam, jellies, fruit juice, tomato product, tomato like ketchup, sauces, and puree. And similarly, the dairy product, paneer, and milk drink. On the meat side, we have some industries that produce sausages, steamed momos, dried meats, milk, meat like that. However, we don't have any modern type of this thing. We need to improve a lot. Again, on water processing and bottling, that we do have. Leaf crop plate. Traditionally, as we know, even in India and other parts of our region, people use the plate and bottles and glasses made of the leaf. We use sal leaf, some in places the banana leaf, and all this leaf crop and plate. Animal and poultry feeds, again the feed for fisheries, beekeeping and honey, fish drying, floriculture, herbs and spice processing, cold storage, Ayurvedic medicine, tea processing and coffee processing, tea, ginger and coffee processing. So these are the some industries of our scale, not of that big scale. Very few food and fruit processing industries are of the large scale. Otherwise, all are the small scale, mainly the industries. This is what is the fact about Nepal. So the modernizing all these industries is becoming necessary to meet our domestic need, to compete with other similar producer, and to increase our export base, because we also export some of the agriculture product, some semi-processed or some without any processing also. So this is the stage. And again, all the countries in the world, including Nepal, currently faces the problem of COVID, which completely changed the food and all these habits of people, mainly on urban areas. In the village areas, people don't have that kind of facility, so they produce on their own, they cook and they eat. Otherwise, in the urban areas, since the restaurant and hotels and all this are not open in many times because of lockdown and all this, and health condition has been considered not to eat from outside. So people started to source from actually the restaurant, they deliver home delivery service. So for this, also need to improve the quality of packaging. Packaging quality is also main thing for us. In many industries, we import packaging from outside, mainly from India, China. So that type of industry also need to be improved. So since I just got the information about this program this morning, so I checked there, the way you have been conducting the program is really crucial and useful to us. And maybe we can source, we can identify the way, the machinery and its capacity, and also need of any kind of manpower which we don't produce, maybe needs some kind of training. We do have food processing programs in universities and all technical vocational schools. But depending on the improvement on technologies and the equipment performance, we may also need to train our people to handle those equipment, those technologies, so that they can produce and they can improve their productive capacity and increase the production. Yeah, this is the main thing that I want to share, mainly in this evening. Similarly, maybe we can discuss many more on the part, so that we can find the opportunities and for sourcing such equipment, such technologies from the countries from like India, which is more cheaper for us, nearer to us, and technology is that produced mainly by India is easier to handle for our technicians. And one more is, I was in my time, I am from the government retiree, so I was in the Department of Cottage and Small Scale Industries, where we used to produce a kind of guide to our entrepreneurs, to our potential investors, to our potential youngsters, that technologies that is available, where is that available, what type of machinery is where, and how much it costs, and what is the handling manuals and all these. So that type of manual we used to prepare and provide to our industries, our youngsters, our young technicians. So on this area also, maybe the way I see your little briefing there, so could be helpful for us in preparing those guidelines, depending on also maybe that helps in identifying the right machinery, right type of technologies from the way you have been demonstrating. So this could be the main areas. If there is anything, I'm here to respond to you. So because of time frame, I could not prepare a lot, but this could be sufficient for us for the purpose of this program. And we can also exchange the way our other friends from Bangladesh or Sri Lanka or India are using the technologies and the program they have been preparing for advancement in technology.
Namaste. Their respected chair, their organizing team, and ladies and gentlemen, thank you for giving me to deliver on the issues of food sector in Nepal. I would like to present on food sector, particularly dimension and nature of the food sector in Nepal. This presentation is divided into three segments. One is outlook of food sector in Nepal, context of COVID-19 pandemic, and market prospects. Let me start from this picture of poverty. In Nepal, the government of Nepal recorded 25.16% poverty level. And when we observe this picture, we can find out the certain questions. One is, what is the linkage between food and livelihood? And how much food contributes welfare? And how much food sector can solve this critical issue? How can we make zero poverty and achieve sustainable development goal? And to try to answer this question, we have to understand about food sector and relation between with the food sector and pandemic, and then after lessons of the pandemics. Outlook of the food sector in Nepal, and all of you know, and we are quite familiar, and food sector depends on three major sectors: agriculture, manufacturing, and import, to meet demand of food markets. And when we observe the these three sectors, we can find out the agriculture sector is a major sector, contributing 25% of GDP and 60% livelihood materials, including employment, income, food, and energy. But when we come in the food sector, we can find out the five segments. One is food availability, food access, food utilization, food security, healthy and a happy life. When we talk about the food availability, and it relates with the food production system, and like as the other South Asian countries, Nepal has also subsistence nature. Over 50 or 60 years plant development, we have tried to convert subsistence agriculture into commercial and or multiple food production into single production. But unfortunately, our result, our performance is still substance nature. And when we come in the food utilization, and all of you know, we have 103 caste and communities. And these caste and communities have one identity, and that is the traditional identity. And each and every caste and communities have social value, cultural value, and religious values, and its affects food utilization. And generally, we can find the traditional food consumption pattern in Nepal. And when we talk about the food accessibility, and we have a big challenge is the 25.4% people's poverty level, and who have not affordability to allocate their resources on food. And in this situation, these segment, the food accessibility is a big issue. But when we talk about the urban areas, Kathmandu is a big market, and SDI, Human Development Index, and Food Security Index also shows us the critical situation of the food scenario in Nepal. And in this circumstances, let's imagine about healthy and a happy life. But still, Nepalese people have positive thinking and positive behavior on their life. And in this situation, we can find healthy and a happy life. And what is the size of food sector? Maybe your curiosity. And let's imagine, all of you know about, we have our economy is very small in comparison with India, Sri Lanka, and Bangladesh. And out of that total, GDP, that is the 32 billion Nepalese currency. And out of you can easily find out agriculture's share 1,058 billion Nepalese currency. And out of the agriculture sector, 972.330 billion Nepalese currency food sector shares, and it is followed by the food manufacturing sector with the 192 billion Nepalese currency. And in total, food sector contributes to our GDP by 27%, and it is not small; it is a big one. And in comparison with with India, Sri Lanka, and Bangladesh. And what is the nature of food sector? When let's analyze in the agriculture sector, and we can find out 91.9% food items are produced in our agriculture sector. And generally, like as the India and Sri Lanka and Bangladesh and Pakistan also, we can find out that we produce vegetables, cereals, livestock, and fruits and spices. And when we talk about the food crops, paddy, maize, and wheat and millet dominate to other food products. When we in livestock production, milk, meat, egg, and wool are the major production in this segment. And in case of the milk and meat, we are nearly self-reliant. And similarly, in case of the cash products, oil seeds, potato, and sugarcane dominate to other cash crops. And similarly, lentil, dominates to the all other, pulse production. And all together, when we observe all the, production, food agriculture is a main source of the food sector. And this is the little bit, world data, but based on the, census in the situation when we observe the, food product in manufacturing sector, 34%, and at the present moment, it may be, 40% in manufacturing sector, and it is not a, small one. And in this way, food, industry has supplemented to agriculture sector in our country. And when we observe the growth out of the many products, during the pandemic, all sectors have contraction situation with negative economic growth rate. But in the food and beverage, it is positive. And this is the good to the food market. And in the South Asia, and what is the value addition of the food industries, food processing industry? Look here, 319 million US dollar, and we are nowhere in comparison with India. And a little bit we follow the Bangladesh and Sri Lanka, but still our size is very negligible. But when we come in the as a percentage of the GDP, we can find out the Nepal is nearly is higher in comparison with India and Bangladesh also, and but also we follow Sri Lanka in this situation. Food industry or the food industry is not a small one; it's a big one in GDP. And when we observe the share of the value added of the food and beverage industry in the manufacturing industry, look here, in Nepal, 29.3%. And we have two scenarios, 2006 and 2011. And 2011 shows us we have bigger size in manufacturing sector. And now, in comparison with India, Bangladesh, and Sri Lanka, means, and this is the major thing in our food sector. And when we know what is the situation of the food markets in Nepal, is it a surplus or deficit, or what is the scenario? And I just select trade indicators, including import and export. And I just select 23 items of the food items. Out of the 23 items, we can find out the 2 food items are only surplus, and 21 food items are, food deficit. And if you observe here, Nepal imports 15.55 billion Nepalese currency uh, against the 3.22 billion export of the food items. And in the food sector, it indicates what? This deficit indicates Nepal has a large food markets and large scope for food industries. Yes, we have many trading partners in export trade of food items and also the import trade of the food items. But the major partner is India. India is a major partner, not only the export but also the import. And in the case of the import, approximately 80% food items imported from India. And in this situation, when we observe the minutely based on the NSIC division, food and beverage industry shares 24% in the manufacturing sector. It is a big and attractive, industry in Nepal. It also shows how much potential food market or the food sector in our country. And when we observe the involvement of the investment, we can find out the only 99% micro food processing industries engage in our food sector or the in manufacturing sector. And if you observe here, what is the based on the size of the employment or the people's involvement, we can find out the approximately 92% micro industries generate 1 to 2 and the 3 to 5 employment opportunities. Means our food industries scale or size and nature are technology capital intensive, is not capital intensive, either is a labor intensive or the small scale one. In this situation, in 2020 and 2021, world has been struggling to address or to respond COVID-19 pandemic and its effects in economy, society and political system. And all of you know about, we have a world's dashboards record shows us the 215 countries COVID affected, and approximately 4.44 million died from the COVID-19. And let's imagine, what is the size of impact of the COVID-19 in the world. And similarly, if you observe the Nepal, you can either, all of you know about Nepal is a small, landlocked, and the developing country. And in this situation, Nepal is not isolated, it's not far from the COVID-19 pandemic. And if you observe here, 0.749 million cases are recorded and 10,533 deaths are recorded. And till date, 1,548 new cases are registered, and new, deaths per day are 24, new deaths are registered in the country. And it shows us the Nepal is in the critical or the vulnerable situation from COVID-19 pandemic. And what is the impacts of the COVID-19 on food sector? All of you know about, we have two types of the impact from the COVID-19. COVID-19 pandemic has broken down our psychology by creating fear factor. And another part is the lockdown policy of the government. And in Nepal, almost, food industry were closed down in the 2 cycles of the COVID-19 due to the lockdown. And let's imagine, what was the level of the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic on the food sector, food industry. And in the, second, cycle of the COVID-19, 50 to 60% food industries are operational, and it is not 100%. And all of you know about the almost food industries are small and micro one. And when we observe the supply chain of urban or the Kathmandu, and from Kathmandu to rural areas are disrupted, and the trade flow of the food products from custom point to the Kathmandu is also disrupted. And in this situation, when we observe the demand side and supply side, in the demand side, unemployed, government has reported 1.2 million unemployed population. And that is, what is this? This is the approximately 31% lost their income from their employment opportunities. And that is equivalent to the 1 job loss out of the 10 people. And second one is due to the unemployment, poverty level, has increased with, 4%. And then after, when we visit the people have, one types of the stress from the COVID-19. And in the case of the, habits of the food, consumption, people have shifted their food habits to the packaging products from the fresh one, and preferring bakery and dry food products choice, decreasing. And when we observe the demand, they reduce their consumption demand for food and meat foods. In the market, when we visited, market, we found the food shortage due to the disruption of the transportation system and supply chain of the food items. And generally, in the market economy, people have, consumer have, multiple choices. And during the COVID-19 pandemic, people have limited choices or no, multiple choices. And in this, critical situation, government of Nepal has not endorsed or initiated a special economic package to improve, to maintain effective demand of consumer or the vibrant to the market. And what about the supply side? And in my observation, generally what will happen? Loss of the food quality of vegetables, milks and meats in the rural areas in the absence of the warehouses and transportation. What is this? This is the income loss of farmers. And in this situation, it has demotivated, to the producers without incentives. And generally, the close down of the food, manufacturing industry have also made, big loss to this, to the private sector. And in this situation, what happened, in agriculture sector, due to the, disruption in the supply chain in agriculture sector and close down of the food manufacturing industry have, created the shortage of the food items in the market. And ultimately, it boosted up or promoted import trade of the food items from other countries to maintain the food demands. And in this situation, and generally what will happen? What is prospects in this context? Yes, it is not a logic, but if we observe here, we human beings learn problem is an opportunity in food sector. It means COVID-19 pandemic has brought the stress and big economic losses at the household level and also economic level, national level. And the still, pandemic has also brought the different types of prospects in our economy. And first of all, if you observe here, generally, first lesson from the pandemic is the big crisis is unpredictable, but it's natural phenomena. We are not prepared well. We are not resilient, and to manage the such types the crisis. But the pandemic shows us this is the unpredictable and the natural phenomena. And in future, we must prepare ourselves how to respond, how to solve this problem. And second one is during the pandemic, and if you are locked down, what happened? You need only food for survival. It means, lesson 2 is the food is a basic lifeline of the human being in such crisis for survival and survival. Look here. It means if we have a food, we can survive. If we have not a food, we cannot survive for a long time period. In the situation during the lockdown, 4 months and 3 months lockdown, we use the food for our, survival or lifeline. And third lesson is an exogenous variable is a powerful to destroy the indigenous system and variables of the food sector like others. Yes, COVID-19 pandemic is an exogenous variable. It disrupt or they destroy our, internal system of the country. If we talk about the economic system, if we talk about the health system, all systems, were, pandemic. And fourth lesson is in such crisis, market tools cannot work till the state tools, are not favorable. Yes, generally what will happen if we close down the market, state, all people are optimistic, the accountability and responsibility of the state. And if state select, proper or appropriate option, then we can vibrate the market, then we can solve the such types, the critical issue. And lesson 5, the state has not a capability to find out a best option and alternative. The crisis will be bigger than before. Yes, generally, in Nepal, we have realized, we have experienced such situation. And in the case of the economy, in the case of the industrial sector, we have still, governments has not, adopted appropriate, choice and appropriate measure to stabilize and revive our industrial and economic environment. And lesson 7, generally what will happen? This pandemic has promoted or boosted e-commerce and manufacturing products. And in this situation, it teaches us, or the lesson us, e-commerce and manufactured products could be the alternatives in the crisis in future. And in this situation, on the basis of the lesson, growing large food market, it indicates the Nepal's food market is a large one, and it is still growing, and is still demand deficient, and e-commerce has a good scope and need of multiple food products may be a big prospect to these expo participants of the different countries, including India, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, Nigeria, for supplying different technology for food security and crisis resilient. It may be a new window to all in future. And I think this is a just brief presentation to give the scenario and the linkage between the food industry, food sector, and pandemic, and its impact on the food sector. But and also try to show us what are the prospective areas in the food sector of Nepal. Thank you.